There is a number printed somewhere on almost every engine you have ever owned, and it is a count of animals. It is on the car outside, on the specification plate of the lawnmower in the shed, on the outboard motor at the back of a boat, in the small print of an advertisement for something you will never buy. 150 of them, 400, 680 if the advertisement is trying particularly hard. The word sits there in plain English, doing its work so quietly that the eye slides straight over it, and the number beside it is a head count. A Scottish engineer settled on the unit in the early 1780s, at a moment when the men he wanted to sell steam engines to were not thinking about steam at all, because they already had something that worked, and it ate hay, and it stood in a yard behind the mill. He needed a way to say this many of those. The name stuck, and it outlived the argument it was invented to win, and it is now the most widely printed measurement of animal labor in the history of the world. And somewhere within 20 or 30 miles of wherever you are sitting, there is very likely an actual one. In a field behind a wire fence, along a road you drive without looking, standing at an angle to the weather with one hind foot resting, tail moving occasionally, doing nothing at all, no cart behind it, no plough, nothing to carry, no reason anyone could name if you stopped and asked. A large, expensive, immensely powerful animal kept for its own sake, in a country that removed the last of them from its working life so long ago that hardly anyone alive remembers the smell of a street full of them. It is easy to assume those two things are connected in the obvious direction. The engine arrives, the animal goes, the word stays behind on the dial like a fossil in a cliff face, a leftover, a piece of language that outlived its subject. The trouble is the arithmetic, because the engineer coined that unit in the 1780s and horse numbers did not fall. They rose. They kept rising through the coming of the railway, which everyone assumed would finish the horse and instead needed enormous numbers of them, because a train can only ever put goods down beside a track, and every one of those goods then has to travel the last mile to a door. They rose through the mechanization of the factory floor and the electrification of the tram lines. They rose through the invention of the telegraph and the telephone and the internal combustion engine, and they went on rising in most of the industrial world for another 130-odd years after that unit was named, until they peaked in 1918, in the year of the tank and the fighter aircraft and the machine gun, at somewhere close to 27 million horses and mules in the United States alone. Nobody counted them all exactly. The figure comes from two official series, a national census and an agricultural survey, which never fully agreed with one another, so the number is a reconstruction rather than a head count, and honest historians give it a little room on either side. But the shape of it is not in doubt, and the shape is the part that matters. There were more horses working in the world at the beginning of the 20th century than at any earlier moment in the entire span of the relationship, more than in the age of the knight, more than at the height of any empire that ever moved on hooves. The maximum was not somewhere back in the deep past with the cavalry and the coaching inns. The maximum was within the lifetime of people whose photographs are in a drawer in your family's house. And it was not a stubborn survival, a last stand, an old technology hanging on past its time. It was a consequence. The railways and the factories and the growing cities produced a volume of short, heavy, stop-start hauling that no previous economy had come close to generating. Coal to cellars, beer to public houses, parcels from the goods yard, 700 people at a time along a street. And for that particular work, in that particular decade, there was still nothing on earth better than a horse. The Industrial Revolution did not replace the animal. For a century and a half, it employed more of them than the pre-industrial world had ever been able to feed. Then, in the space of about 30 years, they were gone from all of it, and almost nobody wrote down that it was happening. That is the story, And it takes all night, and it starts about 55 million years ago on a continent where there are no wild horses at all. If you have 5 minutes at the end, I would genuinely like to know something, and it is not a rhetorical question. When were you last close enough to a horse to smell it? Not to see one, to stand near enough that it was breathing on you. Some people answer yesterday. Most people have to think for a while and then find that the honest answer is a specific afternoon a very long time ago, and that they remember it in detail. Leave it below if you like. And if you want the rest of these, the subscribe button is the usual place. Sleep whenever you need to. Nothing here needs holding on to. The animal in that field has no idea what it was for, and it is going to stand there in the dark either way. The evidence sits in drawers. Museums across the American West hold a great deal of it, mostly teeth, because teeth survive when almost nothing else does. Worn brown molars out of ash beds and river silts in Wyoming and Nebraska, Idaho and the Dakotas, laid down layer on layer across tens of millions of years. It is among the richest fossil records anyone has assembled for any family of mammals. And for a century and a half it has been picked over by people who broadly agreed on what it contained and were broadly wrong about what it meant. What it contains is a residency. The family that eventually produced the horse appears in North America something over 55 million years ago, and it does not leave. It is there before there are grasslands anywhere on Earth. It is there through the arrival and the departure of animals that have no modern equivalent at all. It is there for a span roughly 200 times the length of our own species' existence, in numbers that at some periods must have run into the millions, across a continent it had entirely to itself for tens of millions of years at a stretch. And when Europeans came ashore in the Americas at the end of the 15th century, the number of wild horses on either continent was 0. Not scarce, not retreated into some remote valley, not reduced to a few hundred head in the mountains, absent. The animal that had evolved there over a span that makes all of human history look like a rounding error was simply not present in the place that made it, and had not been for about 10,000 years. Some of them had already left, in the only way animals actually leave, which is slowly and without intending to. The crossing into Asia happened at least 3 separate times in both directions, whenever the sea fell far enough to expose the floor between Alaska and Siberia. It is usually drawn as a bridge, a narrow isthmus with a queue of animals filing across, and that image is wrong in a way worth correcting. What lay between the 2 continents when the water was low was not a bridge, but a country, a cold, dry, treeless plain up to 1,000 kilometers deep from north to south, carrying grass and sedge and low herbs, grazed by mammoth and bison and horse, with dust blowing off it in summer and nothing on the horizon in any direction but more of the same. Stand on it 200,000 years ago on an afternoon in late summer, and there would be movement everywhere and almost no sound. Horses in a band, perhaps a dozen of them, heads down in the grass, working steadily westward at the speed of eating, a few hundred meters in an hour, a valley in a week, nothing that anyone watching would call a journey. The grass is dry and pale, and it moves constantly in the wind. Dust lifts off the ground in the low light and hangs at knee height. There is the sound of teeth on stems, which is a continuous small tearing noise, and the occasional stamp of a hind foot against flies, and the wind which does not stop. One mare lifts her head, holds it, and puts it down again. Nobody was going anywhere. There was no westward migration in the sense of a decision. There was a population on a plain that happened to have no eastern or western edge for a very long time, and over centuries and then millennia, the animals at the western end of it grazed into Asia and their descendants grazed further, and that was all. It only becomes a crossing in hindsight, and only because of what happened at the other end. The story most people carry about all of this is a picture. and the picture is a line. 4 animals in a row, or 5, each larger than the one before, each standing on fewer toes, arranged left to right beneath a row of Latin names that mostly end in the same syllable. Hippus, which is simply Greek for horse, a small woodland creature the size of a spaniel at one end, a horse at the other. Between them, an orderly progression, as if something had been working towards a result and had finally got it right. That picture was built, and it is possible to say by whom and when and why. The specimens were assembled into a graded series in the 1870s at Yale by a paleontologist named Marsh, who had a very great deal of fossil horse material and arranged it in the order that made the pattern clearest. That was a reasonable thing for him to do, and the pattern is genuinely there in the bones, provided you choose which bones. By the end of the century, a German zoologist had adopted the same series as the standard illustration of an idea called orthogenesis, the proposition that evolution runs in a fixed direction of its own, unfolding from within, with natural selection along for the ride rather than doing any of the steering. And from 1908 to 1933, the American Museum of Natural History in New York was run by Henry Fairfield Osborn, who did more than anyone to make the horse series a public fixture and who believed something very close to that. Osborn spent his career arguing that natural selection plays no creative part in evolution, that novelty arrives from inside the organism, pushed by forces of its own. He built exhibits that showed exactly that, using the horse as his flagship case. It is worth pausing on what that means, because it is not the story usually told about museum simplification. The straight line was not a friendly shortcut that crept in because the truth was too complicated for the public. It was an argument. It was arranged and displayed by a man who needed the line to be straight, in the building that taught the subject to more people than any other on the continent. A paleontologist named Simpson put it plainly in print in 1951. The modern horse is not the goal of any of this. It is the last one left. The actual shape of the family, as later work established in detail, is a thicket. Dozens of genera, many of them alive at the same time, in the same places, eating different things, most of them ending in nothing at all. And here is the thing the bones are best at showing. One branch of these animals, the three-toed grazers, spread out of North America across Europe, Asia and Africa, and did extraordinarily well there. They split into more than 20 distinct kinds. They lived alongside the one-toed forms for millions of years, not as a phase the family was passing through, but as a going concern, in some places more numerous than their single-toed cousins. And every single one of them is gone, without descendants. No living animal anywhere carries their line. If the family were a ladder, they would be a rung. They are not a rung. They are an entire limb of the tree, thick and long and full of leaves, ending in bare wood. Some correction of the picture has reached the public. Not much. A group of paleontologists went and looked and reported in 2012 that of 20 fossil horse exhibits they surveyed in American natural history museums, rather more than half still laid the animals out in a line. What the bones actually record is more specific and considerably stranger than a progression. They record teeth changing. The molars of the later forms are enormously tall, with most of their length held in reserve below the gum, erupting gradually across the animal's life to replace what has been ground away, which is what abrasive food does to teeth, and grass is abrasive food, full of microscopic silica. That much is straightforward. The wrinkle is the timing. Open grass-dominated country was established across the American plains by 22 to 26 million years ago, and the tall toothed horses do not appear for several million years after that. The lag is real and it is not fully explained. One serious line of argument holds that the culprit was never the grass at all, but the grit. wind-blown volcanic ash and dust taken in along with everything else, close to the ground in a dry and dusty world. They record the foot narrowing, not switching, narrowing. The side toes on either flank of the central one shrinking across millions of years, contacting the ground less and less, until by around 10 million years ago they had stopped touching it and become the two thin splinters of bone that still lie fused along the cannon bone of every horse alive. What is left is one toe, standing on a hugely thickened nail. That is all a hoof is. The animal walks on the tip of a single finger, wearing a fingernail the size of a fist. They record, less directly, two things that will matter more to this story than the toes ever did. The first is a peculiarity of the gut. A cow ferments its food before the small intestine and has to lie down and bring it back up to chew again. A horse does the opposite, digesting first and fermenting afterwards, in a great chamber past the point where most of the goodness can be absorbed. The consequence is that a horse gets less out of a given mouthful of rough grass than a cow does, and makes up the difference by pushing food through roughly twice as fast. On decent grazing, this works well. On straw and stubble, it does not work at all, and a horse doing hard work on poor feed will need something richer, grain in practice, in a way that an ox will not. The second is a trick of the legs. In the hind limb, a ligament hooks over a ridge of bone on the thigh and locks the joint. A further arrangement of tendons ties the locked joint to the one below it, so that with almost no muscular effort, the whole limb becomes a rigid column. A horse can therefore stand and rest and doze with its weight carried on bone and ligament rather than on anything that tires, shifting from leg to leg through the night. It is the reason a horse can sleep in a field, in the open, ready to run. And it has a limit that is easy to miss. The deepest kind of sleep, the kind with dreaming in it, only happens lying flat on one side, because the total slackness that comes with it would drop a standing animal where it stood. A horse needs only a little of that sleep, half an hour, in scattered short bouts. But it does need it, and it can only have it lying down. An animal kept from lying down, by pain or by fear or by a space too small or a floor too hard, does not simply become uncomfortable. It becomes sleep-deprived in a way that shows up in the veterinary literature as stumbling, as partial collapse, as injuries from falls that should not have happened. Why they died out in the place they came from is not known, and the honest thing is to say so at the length the question deserves, which is short. The last of them in the Americas date to somewhere around 13,000 to 11,500 years ago, along with a long list of other large animals that vanish in the same window. Two explanations have been on the table for decades: a changing climate that took apart the cold, dry grasslands they lived on, and human hunters who arrive in the Americas at close to the same time. A systematic review published last year went through the whole body of published work and counted. Roughly a quarter of it argues for climate, roughly a quarter argues for people, about a fifth argues for both together, and a third declines to name a driver at all. The review's own summary of the field is that scientific opinion remains deeply divided, which, after more than half a century of argument, is a genuine finding rather than a failure. It also notes something worth knowing. Most of the evidence in that debate concerns mammoths and mastodons, because that is where the excavations and the kill sites are. Horses are comparatively understudied, so the specific question of why the horses went is, if anything, less settled than the general one. There is a good deal of grass in Wyoming this evening. There was grass there 10,000 years ago too, and 11 and 12, and for a long stretch after that there was nothing standing in it with a single toe and a mouthful of high-crowned teeth on a continent where such an animal had been ordinary for 50 million years. The plains did not change much. The bones went into the silt and stayed there, waiting to be dug up and put in a row. Everything that happens from here happens on the other side of the world, among the descendants of the animals that grazed west without meaning to. There is a brown coal mine at Schöningen in Lower Saxony, and in the autumn of 1994, a machine working the face there exposed something that should not have survived at all. Wood, shaped wood, worked to a point at both ends, lying in waterlogged sediment that had sealed it away from oxygen so completely that the grain was still legible and the tool marks were still there. 9 complete spears came out of that layer, and a heavier lance, and 6 shorter sticks pointed at each end, along with something like 1,500 pieces of worked flint and the remains of a very great many horses. The spears run between 1.80 meter and 2.50 meters in length, most of them cut from the trunks of young spruce, and when they were reproduced in the same wood to the same weight and handed to trained javelin throwers, they flew accurately and hard enough to kill at 15 or 20 meters, which is to say they are hunting weapons made by people who understood what they were doing, and the reason they are worth beginning with is the date. For years, the site was given as roughly 400,000 years old. Then a revision brought it down to about 300,000. And in the spring of last year, a fresh study dating not the surrounding landscape but the layer itself, reading the chemistry of protein breakdown inside the tiny lid-shaped shells of freshwater snails found in among the spears, moved it again to something close to 200,000 years. That matters less as a number than for what it implies about who was holding the weapons. There are no human remains at Schöningen, not a tooth. The identification is entirely a matter of which people were in Northern Europe at the time, and at 200,000 years the answer is no longer ambiguous. These are Neanderthal spears, in all likelihood, made by a people who were not us, who separated from our line hundreds of thousands of years before, and who were hunting horses on that lakeshore with a coordination and a patience that the site records in unusual detail. The lake was shallow and the ground around it was soft. Grass and sedge, willow and birch in the wet places, scattered pine and larch on the drier ground. An open, cold, summered country with a great deal of sky in it. Come to the water's edge on a particular afternoon, and there is a carcass being taken apart, and the first thing is the smell. Opened body cavity, which is warm and iron-heavy and carries much further than people expect. Wet mud churned up by feet, standing water with rotting reed in it. A horse lies on its side in the shallows with its belly opened and its ribs exposed, and there are perhaps a dozen people around it working with flint. And the sound is not dramatic. It is a small, regular wet scraping, and the occasional harder knock of a blade against bone at a joint. Somebody is running an edge along the inside of a rib to clear the membrane. Somebody else has the lower jaw and is cutting along the underside of it, close in where the skin is thin. The marks these people are leaving will still be readable 200,000 years later. Fine parallel cuts near the muscle attachments where meat was stripped from the shaft, heavier ones at the joints where limbs were separated, long shallow ones down the lower legs and across the jaw where the hide was taken off. Almost a quarter of the horse bones examined from that layer carry cuts like these. Only around 1 bone in 8 shows any tooth marking from wolves or other scavengers, and that low figure is doing quiet work. It means these people were not scavenging what predators had left. They were there first, every time, and the number of horses is the part that has recently changed. The old figure for the site was 20 or 25 animals. Careful reanalysis of the whole faunal assemblage, published 2 years ago, puts the minimum at 54. not 54 in one afternoon. That is the finding underneath the finding. The bones and the teeth record a great many separate events, spread across seasons and across years, at the same spot, an ambush place, returned to, worked out and worked again. And the teeth carry the seasons in them, and the seasons are all of them: spring, summer, autumn, winter. Nobody was passing through. Somebody was living on that landscape all year, for long enough to know exactly where horses would come down to drink and exactly what to do when they did. Then there is the detail that is harder to sit with than any of the cut marks. The hunters were selecting family groups, mares with foals and their attendant stallion, and largely leaving the bachelor bands of young males alone. That is a choice that requires knowing horses well enough to tell one kind of group from another at a distance, and to understand which one is easier to trap against water. And a great many bones from the site were never broken open at all, complete, unsplit, the marrow untouched, the meat only partly stripped. That does not read like starvation. It reads like people taking what they came for, the fat and the hides, from more animals than they needed to eat, because they could. Standing water is a great preserver and a very rare one. Almost everywhere else, the story of hunting horses is bones only, with the wood and the hide and the intention entirely gone, and the danger is that where evidence is thin, people fill in the space with something better shaped, which is what happened at Solutré. There is a great limestone spur in Burgundy, a long ridge that ends in a bluff standing above the vineyards, and at its foot lies one of the most enormous accumulations of horse bone anywhere in Europe. It was discovered in 1866 by two local men, one of whom, Adrien Arcelin, was a serious amateur of the new science of prehistory. 6 years later, Arcelin published a book about the place. It was a novel, an illustrated one written for a general readership about reindeer hunters in central France, and in it his hunters drive whole herds of horses off the top of the cliff to their deaths on the rocks below. He had read reports from North America of buffalo jumps, and the image was irresistible, and he put it in his fiction. It never appeared in the scientific publications from the site. It was a story from the beginning. And it became, for the better part of a century, what everybody knew about Solutré. Popular accounts were still repeating it in the 1950s. Thousands of horses stampeded over a precipice, the pile of bones at the bottom as the proof. The bones are not at the bottom. They lie roughly 100 meters out from the base of the rock, which is not where animals land when they fall from it. The museum on the site says plainly what the excavations show. The horses were killed on the ground at the foot of the ridge by people using weapons. In 1956, a French archaeologist proposed the reading that has held ever since, that this was a natural funnel on a migration route, a place where horses moving through the valley could be intercepted, and that it was used for that purpose again and again over thousands of years by people who came back each season because it worked. The scale of the individual kills was small. Groups of 6 to 12 animals at a time, taken in a place where the terrain did the difficult part. A French zoologist wrote a paper in 1990 with the wonderful title The Great Leap of the Horses of Solutré, taking the whole thing apart, and his conclusion is about us rather than about the Paleolithic. The story survives, he argued, because it satisfies something modern people feel about horses. A sense of them as animals moving in great masses, driven, tragic. It is a projection of a much later relationship, thrown backwards onto people who had no such relationship at all. His verdict on the legend, which is one of the better sentences written about this whole subject, is that it is foreign to authentic prehistoric discourse. The animals themselves, incidentally, were small, 1.36 meters to 1.38 meters at the shoulder, stocky, with heavy heads, about the size and shape of the wild horses that still exist in Mongolia, and nothing like what most people picture when they hear the word. And then, at some point in the tens of thousands of years covered by all this, somebody began making pictures of them. The earliest object is small enough to close a hand around. It came out of a cave in the Swabian hills of southern Germany in 1931, and it is a horse carved from mammoth ivory, 4.8 centimeters long and 2.5 high and 7 millimeters thick, smaller than a house key. The head is complete and the workmanship on it is not tentative. The mouth is engraved, and the nostrils and the eyes and the ears are pricked forward, and the neck arches in a way that anyone who has stood near horses will recognize immediately as an animal paying attention to something. The legs are gone, broken off, the ivory having flaked away along its grain over the intervening millennia. It is very old. How old is genuinely uncertain, and it is worth being straight about why. The figurine itself has never been dated. Its age comes from the layer it was found in an excavation conducted almost a century ago, before modern standards of recording, and the published figures range from about 30,000 years to something over 40. Roughly 35 to 40,000 is the fair way to put it, with the caveat attached. You will also read that its surface was polished smooth by generations of handling, that it was carried, held, worn down by hands. It is a lovely idea, and I went looking for the study behind it. I could not find one. There may be work I have not reached, but no published wear analysis surfaced, and what the sources do describe about the surface is the ivory's own deterioration. So I will say what can be said. It is an extraordinary object, made with great care, at a scale that fits a palm, and whether anyone carried it about is not established. In a cave in the Ardèche in southern France, on a flat panel of about 4 square meters at the entrance to a chamber, there are horses drawn in charcoal. 21 figures on that surface, mostly black, with 2 scratched into the rock higher up and a single small red rhinoceros. The horses' muzzles line up along a diagonal, which is a compositional decision. Somebody stood back from that wall and thought about arrangement, and where the lines cross each other, it can be seen that the horses went on last, over a rhinoceros and an aurochs that were already there. The cave was sealed by a rockfall around 21,000 years ago, and nobody entered it again until 1994. The dating is unusually secure for cave art, resting on a Bayesian model built from 259 radiocarbon dates and independently constrained by dating the rockfall itself. 2 periods of use, the first between about 37 and 33,500 years ago. There is more and bigger. At a rock shelter in the Dordogne, 10 horses are carved in high relief straight into the limestone wall, the largest of them 2 meters 20 long, cut as deep as 30 centimeters into the rock, running along 13 of the shelter's 16 meters and still carrying traces of red ochre. From a carving smaller than a key to a frieze longer than a car, made by people using stone. But the fact that says most about all of this is a piece of bookkeeping from Lascaux. Of the animal figures on those walls, and there are around 915 of them, 364 are horses, roughly 2 in 5. Cattle come a distant second at about 105, deer at 90. Nothing else is close. The horse is the most painted animal in the most famous painted cave in the world by a wide margin. And the food remains from the site are dominated by reindeer. Reindeer are essentially absent from those walls. The animal these people were living on, day after day, is not what they went into the dark and drew. They drew horses. That is a fact, and it is a solid one, and everything that follows from it is not. Whether the horses were sacred or magical, or a matter of pride, or simply the animal most worth looking at, Whether the pictures were prayers or lessons or something with no equivalent in any word we have, is not recoverable from a wall. People have argued for hunting magic, for trance and vision, for social signaling, for pleasure. The arguments are interesting and none of them is demonstrated. What is on the wall can be counted. Why is a different kind of question, and the honest position is to hold the count and let the rest alone. I find I keep returning to the practical detail instead, which is at least knowable. The chamber with the horses in it, in the Ardesh cave, is a long way inside. To reach it and work there, you need light you have brought with you, and a reason to go, and the intention to come back out. Somebody made that trip carrying fire into a place nobody lived, and spent a considerable while getting the arrangement of 4 muzzles right. The world that all of this belonged to came apart at the end of the last glaciation, and it came apart for the horses first. They are grassland animals. They need open country and a great deal of it, and when the ice retreated and the climate warmed, forest came north across Europe and closed the open ground over the course of a few thousand years. Woodland is very nearly useless to a horse. The grazing goes, the sight lines go, the ability to run goes with them. So the herds contracted. Not in a single collapse, but as a long fragmentation, populations cut off from one another in the shrinking gaps, and then gone from the gaps as well. Across most of Western Europe, the wild horse becomes rare, and then absent, and then a thing that only the oldest people remembered. 2 regions kept them. The steppe country north of the Black Sea, which was too dry and too vast to grow trees, and the drier parts of the Iberian Peninsula in the far southwest, which is a considerable narrowing, and it is where everything turns. The animal that had been a staple across a continent, hunted at the same river crossings for 100,000 years, is now confined to a few great open places. And one of those places is the grassland north of the Black Sea, and there are people living on it. For about 30 years, everybody knew when people first got onto the back of a horse, and the reason everybody knew was an object. It was a skull, a stallion's skull, dug out of a settlement on the banks of a river in what is now Ukraine, from a site whose lower levels were laid down somewhere around 4,200 years before the birth of Christ. And in the lower jaw, on the second premolars, the teeth that sit just where a bit would rest against them, there was wear, not the smooth wear of grass, the pitted, beveled, chipped-away damage that a hard mouthpiece makes when a horse works its jaw against it over months and years. An American archaeologist named David Anthony examined that damage under an electron microscope at the beginning of the 1990s and concluded that the animal had been bridled, which meant it had been controlled, which meant, since nobody drives a single horse in that period and place without leaving a vehicle behind, that somebody had ridden it 6,000 years ago on the grassland north of the Black Sea, a good 2 millennia before anybody built a wall in Mesopotamia worth mentioning. It was a wonderful piece of evidence, physical, specific, datable, and exactly where the theory wanted it to be. It went into the textbooks and the museum labels and the popular accounts, and it is still in a great many of them, and it was wrong. Start further east, though, and 1,000 years later, because there is a village that has to be dealt with first. In the flat country of northern Kazakhstan, near a river, there was a settlement of pit houses occupied for something like 1,000 years, from about 3,500 years before Christ. Its people had almost nothing in their rubbish except horse. Not a component of the diet. Bones by the 100,000, and the ground beneath the enclosures so saturated with nitrogen and phosphorus from concentrated dung that the chemistry still shows it today, and dried dung used as fuel in a treeless place, and horse fat in the pottery. Stand in one of those houses on a spring evening. It is dug down into the ground with a low roof over it, and it is dark inside and it smells of smoke and animal. Somebody is working at a pot near the fire, and the pot has milk in it, mare's milk, which is thin and slightly sweet and sours very fast, and which was being processed here in some way, because the chemical residues of it soaked into the clay walls of these vessels and stayed there for 5,000 years. Outside there is the constant low noise of a great many horses in a confined space, and the smell of the stained ground where they stand, and the acrid smell of their dung burning. When all that was published in 2009, it looked like the beginning of everything. The earliest horsekeeping in the world, complete with milking and a mouthpiece on the step at exactly the right moment. Then, in 2018, a team sequenced the genomes of the horses. They were not the ancestors of our horses, not remotely. Every domestic horse alive today, every cart horse, every thoroughbred, every pony in every field carries only about 2.5% of its ancestry from that population. What those animals were ancestral to is the wild horse of Mongolia, the small stocky one still alive in a handful of reserves, the one everybody has always called the last wild horse. So the earliest horsekeeping people we know of kept horses for 1,000 years, and their line went nowhere. Whatever they were doing, it stopped, or it was overtaken, or it simply never spread. It is one of the odder facts in the whole subject, an experiment that lasted 40 generations of human beings and left no descendants among the animals we ride. And there is an argument now about whether it was even domestication, because in 2021, 2 researchers went back to the bitware evidence, not this CITES alone, but the whole diagnostic idea, and examined the second premolars of wild horses from Pleistocene North America. Animals that lived and died tens of thousands of years before anyone anywhere put a rope on a horse, on a continent with no people in it at all for most of that span. 11 of the 72 teeth they examined showed the same pitted damage. 15% in animals that had never seen a bridle. Which does not mean the damage at that Kazakh village was not caused by a bit. It means that damage of that kind cannot by itself prove that it was. They found something else too. Somebody had analyzed the hardened plaque on the teeth of the people at that site, looking for the proteins that milk leaves behind. There were none, not mare's milk, not any milk, which sits very awkwardly beside the residues in the pots, and nobody has properly reconciled the two. The archaeologist who led the original excavation has not conceded, and his counter-argument is a good one. There are corrals. The distribution of body parts across the site does not match what hunters leave behind when they butcher at a kill and carry the good bits home. The whole animal is there, which is what you get when the animal dies where it lives. There is evidence of the animals being killed by a blow to the head, which is a way of dealing with something you have hold of, not something you are chasing. And there is all that dung in quantities that mean penned, provisioned animals rather than wild ones passing through. So, unresolved. A settlement of people who lived on horses for a millennium, and the field cannot presently agree whether they were the first herders or the last and most accomplished hunters, and both readings account for most of the evidence. What did happen and where is now known with a precision that would have been unimaginable 20 years ago, and it happened somewhere else entirely. Sequence enough ancient horses and their family tree assembles itself. 475 ancient genomes in the largest of these studies cross-referenced against 401 radiocarbon dates, and out of that comes a single population in the grasslands where the Volga and the Don run down towards the Caspian and the Black Sea, in the country that is now southern Russia. Around 2,200 years before Christ, that population starts to move, and within a few centuries it has replaced almost every other horse lineage across the whole of Eurasia. Not outcompeted them slowly, replaced them, from Spain to Mongolia, in a sweep that in genetic terms is close to total. That is a horse from a specific place, at a specific date, in every stable in the world, and the same study found the fingerprints of what was being done to them. 2 signatures in the genome arriving at that same moment, generations getting shorter and close relatives breeding with one another. Neither of those things happens to a wild population. They happen when somebody decides which mare goes to which stallion, and when, and does it deliberately, year after year. That is not taming. That is a breeding program, 4,200 years ago. There are also 2 stretches of DNA that come under strong selection at almost exactly that time, and they are worth separating carefully because they are routinely collapsed into one another. The first shapes the spine, the way the back is built, how weight is carried, the coordination of the limbs. Work published last year moved that from a statistical signal to something closer to demonstration, by putting the same variant into mice and finding it altered their spinal anatomy, their muscular strength, and their motor coordination. The second appears to affect temperament. The mouse version of it modulates behavior. So the picture is not a single gene for tameness. It is 2 changes at once: a sturdier back and a calmer animal, a body that can be sat on, and a mind that will tolerate it, which is a rather beautiful thing to be able to read out of a bone. Here is where it gets genuinely uncertain, and I would rather tell you that than pretend. The version most people carry, and it is not a foolish version, it held for most of a century, and it was built by serious people, runs like this. Somewhere on the Eurasian steppe in the 4th millennium before Christ, a people we call the Yamnaya rode out of the grasslands, and they took their language with them, and the descendants of that language are now spoken from Iceland to Bengal. English is one of them. Horses carried the whole thing. It explains a real and otherwise baffling distribution of related languages across half the world, and the horse is the engine of the explanation. The difficulty is that the Yamnaya expansion happens around 3,000 years before Christ, and the horses do not spread until 2,200, 800 years apart. The genetics say so plainly, and the papers reporting it say so in as many words. The great steppe migration into Europe cannot have been mounted on these animals, because these animals were still standing in one river valley when it happened. There is a counter-argument, and it comes from bones of a different kind. 3 years ago, a team published a study of 217 skeletons from burial mounds across Romania, Bulgaria, and Hungary, looking for a pattern of wear they call horsemanship syndrome, a cluster of 6 changes to the pelvis, the hip socket, the thigh bone, and the lower spine, plus the kinds of injury you get from falling off things. 5 individuals scored 4 or more of the 6, and they date between about 3,000 and 2,500 years before Christ. The oldest skeletal evidence for riding, they argued. The authors were careful in their own paper, and their caution deserves quoting rather than paraphrasing. No single one of those traits is a specific marker of riding, and they noted that other repetitive activities, they mention barrel making and basket weaving, could stress a body in comparable ways. Then last year, a second team tested exactly that. They looked for the same changes in people who had done other things. They found them in individuals who had driven carts pulled by cattle and donkeys, which is to say people who sat and were jolted rather than sat and gripped. And they found them in the skeletons of Catholic nuns who had spent long hours in horse-drawn carriages over rough roads and had certainly never ridden anything. Their conclusion was blunt. Human remains on their own cannot date the beginning of riding, at least not with the science currently available, which leaves a lovely irony sitting in the middle of the whole question. The best skeletal evidence we have for people riding horses cannot be distinguished from the evidence for people being driven behind them. The old sequence, that riding came first by a wide margin and that chariots were a later refinement, rested substantially on the bitware evidence at that Kazakh village and on the skull from the riverbank in Ukraine. With both of those undermined, the two practices now appear in roughly the same narrow window, somewhere in the couple of centuries around 2000 years before Christ. Vehicles are better attested, but that may be nothing more than an accident of what survives. A chariot leaves wheels and fittings and a shaped hole in the ground, and a person on a horse's back leaves almost nothing at all. So who first sat on a horse and where and why is probably not answerable from the evidence that exists. That is not a temporary state of the field awaiting one more excavation. It may simply be the answer. Which brings us back to the skull. An English archaeologist named Marcia Levine raised the first serious objection in 1990, and it was not about the wear on the teeth. It was about the ground. The skull had been found off to one side of the main settlement in a pit with a fragment of foreleg, and the assumption that it belonged to the same period as the settlement around it rested on nothing more than its being in the same place. Sites get reused, people dig into old ground. She said as much in print and suggested somebody date the bone itself rather than the layer. Somebody did. Radiocarbon dating had improved to the point where a small sample from the skull would do, rather than a destroyed specimen, and the sample went off and the result came back. Between about 700 and 200 years before Christ, the Iron Age, the period of the Scythians, of classical Greece, of the early Roman Republic, that horse had been bridled and ridden and buried, but 3,300 years later than everyone had believed, in a grave cut down into a village that had been abandoned for 3 millennia before the man holding the spade was born. The bitware was real. It had simply never been evidence of anything except that people rode horses in the Iron Age, which nobody had ever doubted, and the paper reporting that result in the year 2000 was published by David Anthony, the same man. He had built the case in the same journal 9 years earlier. He arranged for the dating, and he published the finding that took it apart with his own name on it. There is a particular kind of respect owed to that, and I do not think it gets extended often enough. His argument had been the flagship physical proof of early riding, cited everywhere, the thing his reputation in that corner of the field partly rested on. He went and checked. He did not have to. A quarter of a century on, that skull is still doing the rounds. If you look up when horses were first ridden, you will find the old date, presented flatly, in places that ought to know better, because it is a much better story than the truth, and because a claim only has to be repeated a few thousand times before nobody remembers to look for the paper underneath it. There is a lesson in it that is worth carrying through everything that follows. The horses on that step, meanwhile, went on doing what horses do, and had done since before anything with a written language existed to be wrong about them, grazing north across country that would not grow a tree in bands of a dozen at the speed of eating. On a day somewhere near the year 2000 before Christ, in the dry rolling country east of the southern Ural Mountains, a hole was dug for a burial and a vehicle was taken to pieces to go into it. The grave was a shaft cut down into the earth with timber shoring at the sides. Near the bottom, 2 slots were cut into the floor, a meter or so apart, and the wheels of the vehicle were set down into them, upright, so that the lower part of each wheel stood in the ground, and the upper part rose into the burial chamber. The body went in. Weapons went in, arrowheads by the dozen in some of these graves, a bronze axe, sometimes a socketed spearhead as long as a forearm. Then a floor of planks was laid across the whole chamber, closing it, and on top of those planks somebody killed the horses. That is the sequence, and it is the reason these burials are worth standing in rather than merely reading about. It happened in stages over more than one occasion. The chamber and the plank roof, and animals cut open on top of the roof, and then earth heaped over all of it into a mound, and more animals killed around the mound at the surface in front of whoever had come. Come to the edge of that pit on the afternoon it was filled. The ground is opened, and the smell of it is raw and mineral, cold clay turned up out of the dark, and over that the smell of fresh timber, and over that the animals. Somebody is walking a horse forward across the planks, and it does not want to go. Its feet find the boards and it stops, and there is the noise that a horse makes when it is uneasy, which is not a whinny but a kind of low blowing through the nose, and the sound of shifting weight on wood. There is a great deal of standing about. Burials mostly are. 2 horses is the usual number in these graves, a pair matched, which is exactly the number a vehicle with 2 wheels and a central pole requires. One grave at the type site had as many as 8, and often what goes in is not a whole animal at all. The head and the lower legs cut apart cleanly at the joints, laid in and over the grave, which is what is left of a horse when you take the hide off in one piece with the head and the feet still attached to it, and lay that out like a garment. Somewhere between 1/4 and 1/3 of these burials contain horse, and about 1 in 8 contains more than one. And of the vehicle itself, nothing survives, nothing at all. This is the difficulty, and it is also, I think, the most interesting thing about the whole period. In the frozen tombs of the Altai, wood survives. In the waterlogged deposits of the Caucasus, wood survives. In the soil of the southern Urals, it does not. Every scrap of that chariot rotted away in the ground within a few generations of the funeral. What is left is the shape of its absence. As the wood in those wheel slots decayed, it stained the surrounding soil a different color and altered its texture, and that discoloration is still there, a dark curved line where the rim was, and sometimes, if the excavation is careful enough and the light is right, the faint radiating spokes. So everything anybody knows about these vehicles has been read out of changes in the color of dirt, not scanned, not chemically mapped, scraped by hand with a trowel and a brush, a millimeter at a time, by somebody watching for the moment the soil goes from one shade of brown to another. That is the entire evidentiary basis for the earliest spoke-wheeled vehicles in the world, and it yields a surprising amount. The distance between the wheels averages about 136 centimeters, with variation of a dozen either way, some as narrow as 1.20 m, some as wide as 1.60 m. The wheels themselves are around 1 meter to 1.20 m across, and they carried 10 to 12 spokes, square in section, mortised into the rim at one end and into a central hub at the other, all of it cut and planed out of wood with hand tools by somebody who understood the joinery of a load-bearing circle. The dating has tightened in a way that is worth admiring. 20 years ago, there were 8 radiocarbon dates from 5 of these graves, and they gave a rather blurry answer. Then somebody applied statistical modeling, using the stratigraphy, the sequence in which things were buried, and the typology of the cheek pieces as constraints on the raw dates. And one grave at a site in the Chelyabinsk region tightened from a range of 2 centuries to a window of about 70 years, 1950 to 1880 before Christ. The same body of work also caught the discipline correcting itself. Wood from one of the graves at the type site dated to around 2800 before Christ, 800 or 900 years too early for everything around it. Nobody built the chronology on it because the explanation is mundane and well understood. Old wood, a long-lived tree or a reused timber, carrying a date that belongs to the wood rather than to the funeral. There is one more thing the graves give up, and it is the sort of detail that makes a period feel inhabited. Read the growth layers in the cementum of the teeth of the animals buried at one of these cemeteries. 68 animals across 17 graves, and you can tell what season they died in: 70% spring, 30% autumn. These funerals were not held when people died. They were held when the herds moved, twice a year when everybody was in the same place. Whether this is the earliest chariot anywhere is a real argument, and it has not settled. The case for the step is essentially chronological. The dates from these graves are secure and they are early, and the statistical modelling put them at least as early as anything comparable in the Near East, not derived from Mesopotamia, but contemporary with it or ahead. The case against was made most forcefully 3 years ago by a Russian archaeologist who argues the whole comparison has been rigged by accident. Step dates are radiocarbon dates, calibrated with the latest curves. Near Eastern dates are historical dates tied to king lists and eclipse records, and the versions being used for comparison are decades out of date. Compare like with like, he argues, and the priority evaporates. He makes a second point that is harder to answer. In the Near East, you can watch the technology develop through solid wheels and crossbar wheels and heavier vehicles pulled by donkeys and hybrids over centuries. On the steppe, the chariot appears already finished, with no local ancestors, which is what borrowing looks like. And a separate objection from 2 specialists in ancient vehicles questions whether these things were chariots in any useful sense, arguing from the dimensions that a vehicle that narrow and that light on that track would have been unstable and next to useless in a fight. I want to be plain about the shape of this dispute because it is easy to present it as 2 camps weighing physical evidence against each other. Nobody on either side has a chariot. Every claim about how these vehicles handled, what they could carry, how fast they turned, whether a man could shoot from one, all of it is inference, built on stains in soil, on pieces of antler, and on what happens to be buried alongside. The arguments are serious. The object is gone. Which is why a set of clay tablets from central Anatolia matters as much as it does, because for the first time somebody wrote the horses down. They came out of the great archive on the citadel at Hattusa, the Hittite capital, in the first excavation season there in 1906 and 1907. 4 tablets, 1,080 lines of cuneiform, and the text begins by naming its author. Thus speaks Kikuli, the horse trainer from the land of Mitanni. The date usually attached to it is around 1345 before Christ, and that figure needs handling. What survives is a copy, made in the 13th century before Christ, of an original composed considerably earlier, a scholar established in the 1980s, from the shapes of the signs, that the tablets are a later scribe's transcription of a text from the 15th century. So, somewhere between the 15th and the 13th century, with the original older than the object. It is a training program, and it is the earliest one for any animal anywhere. Not a hymn about horses, not a list of them for tax purposes, a schedule. It begins in autumn. The animals are put out to grass, then stabled. They are washed, they are rubbed and massaged. They are covered with blankets in the stable and muzzled when the text judges it necessary. And the work is laid out in intervals, so much at this pace, then rest, then so much again, with the sessions running from early morning through to midnight, day after day, for a minimum of 184 days that can be reconstructed from the surviving text. The tablets do not number the days themselves, which has to be pieced together, and roughly 6 to 7 months is the fair way to put it. 2 things about it need flagging because both are routinely overstated. You will see the program's distances given as 150 kilometers a day, which is a startling figure and comes from one possible reading of the unit of distance. Specialists differ on the value of that unit by a factor of nearly 12. The same text, under the other readings, gives something closer to 20 kilometers, or 12, and you will see a figure of 214 days rather than 184, which traces to a popular translation rather than to the standard philological edition. But the striking thing is not in the numbers anyway. It is the withholding. At specific points in the schedule, feed and water are deliberately kept back. A German scholar noticed in 1939 what that implies, and he was right. You do not starve and dehydrate a racehorse. You do it to an animal you expect to be hungry and thirsty and still working, to condition it for the thing you are actually preparing it for, which is a campaign in summer, when the water is where the enemy is. Something in the text belongs to an older world than the Hittite one. The technical vocabulary is not Hittite. The words for the intervals, 1 turn, 3 turns, 5, 7, 9, are Indo-Aryan, related to the numerals of Sanskrit rather than to anything spoken in Anatolia. But nobody at that court was speaking that language. The people of Mitanni spoke Hurrian, which is not related to Indo-Aryan or to Hittite or to anything much else. A German philologist described those numerals precisely, fossils piously handed down, trade jargon kept because that is what the words for the exercises had always been, by trainers who no longer spoke the language they came from. And Kikuli himself is a genuine gap. He is attested by his own opening line and by a mention of his job title in a related text, and nowhere else in any archive from anywhere. The leading modern authority on the text puts the problem exactly. We do not know whether Kikuli of Mitanni was ever actually at Hattusa, or whether the Hittites simply copied a program that already bore his name. By then, the vehicle had spent 500 years spreading, and states were organizing themselves around the cost of it. Egypt is the obvious case, and it needs a correction. It is often said that the Hyksos, the people who ruled the Nile Delta in the 17th and 16th centuries before Christ, brought the chariot to Egypt. Horses, certainly. Excavation at their capital in the Delta has produced horse remains from around 1750 to 1700 before Christ, including a mare of 5 to 10 years buried in a corridor behind a palace throne room, an animal the excavators read as breeding stock rather than a working chariot horse. But no chariot has come out of any Egyptian layer from that period. Not a wheel, not a fitting. The oldest actual Egyptian chariots we have are 3 centuries later. The rest is inference, plus a tradition written down more than 1,000 years afterwards by a priest whose work survives only in quotations made by somebody else, and the best documented chariot battle in the ancient world comes with a warning attached. At Kadesh in Syria, in the 5th year of Rameses II, an Egyptian army was ambushed by a Hittite one, and Rameses covered the walls of 5 temples with the account. It is the most detailed record of a Bronze Age battle in existence, and every figure in it, including the 2,500 Hittite chariots and the 1,000 more that reinforced them, comes from the man who nearly lost. The Hittites left no narrative of the battle at all. Their archives are administration and diplomacy. The modern reading is a near catastrophe recovered from, a tactical escape dressed as a triumph and a strategic defeat. Rameses withdrew and never took the place. What the chariot really did was arithmetic. 2 matched horses trained by somebody who knew what he was doing over 7 months on grain, not grass grain, which is food a person could have eaten. A vehicle built by a specialist joiner, a driver who had learned to drive. Multiply that by 100 and you have a state's entire surplus committed to a single arm of one army, and a class of men who own the horses and are therefore owed something in return. The text from the archive at Hattusa is careful about the washing and the blankets and how many turns at what pace, and when to withhold the water. It is not careful about the men. They are not what the program is for. Out on the grasslands where the animals came from, 500 years after somebody first cut wheel slots into the floor of a grave, the herds went on grazing across country that would not grow a tree. And by then there was hardly a horse anywhere in Eurasia that was not descended from the ones that had come out of that valley by the Don. A band of horses on the steppe on a summer night makes almost no noise, and the little it makes is very specific. There are perhaps 15 of them scattered across a few hundred meters of grass, a stallion, some mares, a couple of yearlings, a foal from the spring. Most are standing. 2 are lying flat out on their sides with their legs extended, which looks alarming if you have not seen it before, because a horse asleep on the ground looks like a horse that has died. The rest are dozing upright, with one hind leg resting, and every so often one of them shifts its weight from that leg to the other, and there is the sound of a hoof turning over in dry grass. Somebody is chewing, slowly, at nothing much. Now and then a tail moves. The air smells of crushed grass and dust, and the particular warm sourness of horse, which carries a long way on a still night, and which nobody who has smelled it ever forgets. They are doing this in shifts. There is always at least one animal standing with its head up and its ears working, and it is not thinking about predators in any way we would recognize. It is simply an animal built out of 40 million years of being eaten, and the head goes up because that is what the head does. Sometime in the first few centuries of the first millennium before Christ, on grassland like that, somebody walks out among them with a rope. They had been doing it for a while by then, and the interesting question is not when, but how badly. The reliefs from the Assyrian palaces are the best evidence anybody has, because the Assyrians carved their army onto the walls of their throne rooms in enormous quantity and considerable detail, and much of it now sits in the British Museum where it can be examined an inch at a time. And what the earliest of those reliefs shows, from the reign of a king who ruled in the 9th century before Christ, is so odd that it took a while for scholars to accept that it meant what it appeared to mean. The cavalry work in pairs, 2 horses, 2 men, and one of the men is holding the reins of both animals while the other one shoots a bow. It is a chariot crew with the chariot taken away. The division of labor has been carried over intact from the vehicle, 1 man to drive, 1 man to fight, and the only thing that has changed is that the platform underneath them is now a living back rather than a floor, which tells you everything about the state of the art. These people had the animals and the bits and the confidence to take them into battle, and they had not yet worked out how 1 man could control a horse and use a weapon at the same time, and the way they sat is worse. The riders are shown far back on the animal, over the loins rather than behind the shoulder, with their knees drawn up high, almost the worst position available if you want to stay on something that turns quickly. You are sitting on the part of the horse that moves most, with no grip and nothing to brace against. One scholar called it the donkey seat, which is exactly right, because it is how you sit on a small placid animal that is not going anywhere in a hurry. There is no saddle, not a bad saddle, not a primitive one, nothing. Some of the images may show a cloth laid on the back, and some may show bare skin, and the honest description is bareback, or on nothing more than a thin, unsecured rug, and no stirrups, which is the part most people find hardest to hold on to. Not here, and not for a great many centuries after this, in any part of the world. Everything that happens in this chapter, and a considerable amount that happens later, is done by men balancing on a moving animal with nothing under their feet. By the 7th century, on the reliefs of a later king, it has all changed. The riders are alone, each managing his own horse and his own weapon, There are cloths on the horses' backs, decorated, held on. The seat has come forward, and the whole posture reads as secure rather than precarious, and the cavalry has divided into kinds, light horse archers and heavier men with lances, some of the animals wearing armor. 200 years from a chariot crew without a chariot to something a modern soldier would recognize as cavalry. Whether the Assyrians did it first is now genuinely in question. A study published last year argues from carved stone panels at two sites in what is now southern Turkey and northern Syria, riders sitting independently in control, unmistakably alone on their animals, that the Aramean and Luwian kingdoms of that region had real cavalry by the late 10th century before Christ, perhaps half a century before Assyria. I have not been able to read the full paper, only its argument at second hand, so I hold it lightly. But it fits a pattern that runs through all of this. The Assyrians are not necessarily the innovators. They are the ones who carved their army onto a wall. What that man on the horse's back could actually do was determined by an arrangement inside the animal that nobody understood until the 1980s. Put a thoroughbred on a treadmill at 9 meters a second and measure its breathing against its footfall, and the two are locked together, exactly 1 breath per stride, not approximately, not on average, 1 every time, at every speed tested. The reason is mechanical rather than anything to do with effort. At the gallop, the horse's spine flexes and extends with each stride, and that movement sweeps the whole mass of the gut backwards and forwards against the diaphragm like a piston, driving air out and letting it in. A galloping horse is not choosing to breathe. Its lungs are being worked by its own back. A racing gallop runs somewhere between 2 and 3 strides a second, which means the animal is taking something in the order of 130 to 180 breaths a minute, and it cannot take 1 extra. It cannot decide it needs more air and get more. The rate is set by the legs, and the only way to change the breathing is to change the pace. And separately, from an entirely different corner of the veterinary literature, a horse cannot breathe through its mouth at all. The soft palate seals against the base of the epiglottis, so the airway runs nose to windpipe, and there is no alternative route. Everything a horse ever does, at every speed, on every battlefield in this story, it does on air taken in through 2 nostrils. There is something worth sitting with in that, an animal whose breath is bolted to its stride, which cannot gasp and cannot pant, being asked by men on its back to go faster. The men on their backs, meanwhile, were being counted, and the counting survives. At a fortified arsenal at Nimrud, there was an archive, and in it were tablets recording musters, animals, vehicles, and men, brought in and listed. What is striking about them is not their content so much as their handwriting. They were written carelessly, at speed, and the scholar who studied the archive suggests the obvious explanation. They were drafted during the reviews themselves, by officials standing in a yard with animals going past, and they show something the propaganda does not. The Assyrian army was not staffed by Assyrians. It ran on recruited foreigners, specialists from Samaria after that city fell in 722 before Christ, from Urartu in the mountains from Nubia far up the Nile. Horse experts, bought or conscripted or absorbed and then employed to do the thing they were good at. There were animals brought in by trade from Egypt. Buried in the correspondence from the same period is a complaint from an official that has stayed with me more than any of the battle reliefs. All the straw in his district, he writes, has been reserved for the recruitment officers because there is no straw left for the pack animals. That is an empire discovering what it has taken on, not the cost of the horses, the cost of the bedding. And then, in the 4th and 3rd centuries before Christ, in the Altai Mountains, where Russia and Kazakhstan and Mongolia and China now meet, some people buried their dead in a way that accidentally preserved everything. The mechanism is a fluke of physics. Each grave was covered with a great cairn of loose stone. In summer, the mass of rock resists the heat and shades the ground beneath it. In winter, the cold air pours down through the gaps between the stones and circulates freely, which stone does much better than soil. So the cooling wins and the warming loses, and beneath each of those cairns a lens of permanently frozen ground formed and stayed, in a region where the surrounding landscape has no permafrost at all. Then water got in and pooled in the burial chamber, and froze, and never thawed. Each tomb became a block of ice around its contents, which is where the story turns properly strange, because most of these tombs were robbed in antiquity. The robbers came for the gold, and they took it. The great chieftain in one of the tombs had a headdress with carved wooden figures on it, lion griffins, and those figures had been covered in gold foil, and the foil was stripped off and the bare wood left behind. That is what they wanted. What they did not want and did not touch was the wood, the felt, the leather, the textiles, the saddles, the carpets, or the bodies. So everything that makes these tombs among the most extraordinary archaeological sites on Earth survives precisely because nobody thought it was worth stealing. And it is entirely possible. This is the standard reading, though I have not found a study that isolates it from natural cracking, that the shafts the robbers cut down into those graves are how the water got in that froze and kept it all. The saddles are the thing. Not saddles in the later sense, with a rigid frame, two soft cushions, stuffed, cased in felt or leather, joined by a girth and laid either side of the spine. No tree, no stirrups, and decorated to a standard that seems out of all proportion to a piece of tack. Layered cutouts of dyed felt and leather, laid in and stitched down. Borders picked out in gold and tin foil. Leather rosettes with gold at their centers. Tassels of yak hair. Edging of colt fur. And the saddle cloths are made partly of imported Chinese silk, embroidered, brought 2,000 miles or more, which has been cut up and stitched down onto felt with no regard whatsoever for the original pattern. Somebody took the most expensive fabric available in the known world and used it as trim, sideways. The horse headdresses are the images that stay with you. Wood armatures, gilded, built up with felt and leather into masks and crests. One from the chieftain's tomb stands about 34 centimeters tall and shows a bird of prey holding a deer's head in its beak. Another has stag antlers made of thick leather with tassels of red hair hanging from them. A third is a cap topped with a ram's head, and between the ram's horns in flight, a bird. They are not portraits of animals, they are animals combined, horse wearing deer wearing raptor, and what they meant is not recoverable. The one piece of proper academic work I could find on them reads them as marking the horse out as a participant in the burial, an individual belonging to the dead man rather than a possession. I went looking specifically for the word shamanic, which gets attached to these objects constantly, and could not find a peer-reviewed source that uses it about them. So it stays out. There is a carpet from one of these tombs, wool knotted about 1.80 meters by 2 meters, at something like 360,000 knots per square meter, with a border of horses and riders around the edge. Probably the oldest surviving pile carpet in the world, and where it was made is genuinely disputed, with serious arguments for Persia, for Armenia, and for local manufacture. And 5 years ago, somebody put single fibers from it into a synchrotron and looked at where the dye had gone. The red is madder, which is ordinary enough. What was not ordinary was how deep into the fiber it had penetrated, in a pattern consistent with the wool having been fermented before dyeing. a preparation technique otherwise not documented for another 2,000 years. Somebody in the Altai in the 4th century before Christ knew something about dye chemistry that Europe would have to work out again much later. I cannot tell you how the horses were killed. There is a dedicated study of exactly that question based on the cut marks and cranial damage from a related site in Kazakhstan, and I could not get past the paywall to read it, and I am not going to invent a blow to the head that I have not verified. What I can tell you is that a study 3 years ago applied an epigenetic test, reading chemical marks on the DNA that indicate whether an animal was castrated, to 3 horses from one of these cemeteries and found that none of them was, which contradicts what the skeletal evidence had been taken to show. 2 methods, 2 answers, and the author's own conclusion is that the ritual practices behind these sacrifices remain to be deciphered. Even the dates have moved. The excavator who opened 4 of these tombs in the late 1940s placed them in the 5th century before Christ. Tree ring dating of the chamber timbers, combined with high-precision radiocarbon, has since pulled them a century later into the 4th and 3rd centuries. What all of it amounts to, from the point of view of every settled state in Eurasia, is a permanent condition rather than an event. To the north of the farmland, north of Assyria, north of Persia, north of the Greek cities on the Black Sea coast, north of China, there was now a belt of grass some 5,000 miles long, and on it were people who could not be conquered because they did not keep anything in one place, and who could arrive faster than news of them. That is not a war. It is a fact of geography that every one of those states had to live with for the next 2,000 years, and most of them dealt with it the same way, by hiring the horsemen, or by paying them, or by building a wall. And the animals doing it had no share in any of it. Out on that grass tonight, in bands of 12 or 15, they are standing in the dark with the wind coming across, holding up the entire strategic arrangement of a continent, one of them always awake, none of them aware that there is anything to hold up. He comes into the yard at a hard trot, and he does not get off. There is a man already waiting with a fresh animal held short at the head, and a boy with a bucket, and the whole business takes less time than it takes to describe it. The rider swings across, one hand on the withers of the new horse, and his feet find nothing because there is nothing for them to find, and he is up and gathering the reins while the horse he arrived on is still blowing. That one is walked off with its head down and its flanks going in and out, and a wet, dark, saddle-shaped patch across its back. Somebody will lead it about for 20 minutes before it is allowed water. The yard is paved, and the sound of it is hooves on stone in an enclosed space, which is a particular hard ringing noise with an echo off the walls, and under that the noise of the stable behind, a great deal of shifting and stamping, and one animal kicking the boards for no reason at all. It smells of dung and wet straw and warm horse and old leather. There is a kitchen somewhere at the back of the building, and there are travellers in it who will sleep here tonight, but the rider is not one of them. He has gone through the gate inside 2 minutes, and the road he is on runs west, and it is paved and straight, and it will be maintained by soldiers for the next 400 years. That is the 2nd century after Christ, somewhere on a trunk road in the Roman Empire. And the thing to understand about that yard is that there is another one exactly like it about 12 kilometers further on, and another after that, and then a larger establishment with beds and a kitchen at roughly 37 kilometers, and then the pattern repeats for thousands of miles in every direction for centuries. The Romans did not invent it. They inherited the idea from the people they had spent a long time being frightened of. Herodotus describes the Persian system in the 5th century before Christ, and his description has outlived nearly everything else he wrote. Riders stationed along a road at intervals, each carrying the message as far as the next man and handing it on, and he reaches for a comparison his readers will know, the relay race at the games where a torch is passed from runner to runner. Then comes the sentence that has attached itself to postal services ever since. Neither snow nor rain nor heat nor darkness of night prevents them from accomplishing the task set before them with the very utmost speed. It is worth being precise about what kind of evidence that is. Herodotus is writing about the Persian Empire decades after the invasion of Greece, and for battles he is a late and interested source. But the road system was still running while he wrote. He is describing an institution that existed in his own lifetime, which is a different and much stronger thing than reconstructing one that had vanished. The road ran from Sardis near the Aegean coast to Susa in the Persian heartland, about 2,700 kilometers. On foot, 90 days. By relay, 9, 300 kilometers a day. On horses. You will also read that the system was invented by Cyrus the Great, and that comes from Xenophon, writing a century and a half later in a book that is only partly history, a sort of instruction manual for princes with a Persian king as its model. The attribution is traditional rather than documented, and I would leave it out. The Roman version was built by Augustus, and it was more heavily engineered. Full stations with beds and a kitchen every 25 Roman miles, roughly 37 kilometers, and between each pair of those, 2 smaller posts that did nothing but change animals. So the working unit, the distance a horse actually covered before being swapped, was around 12 kilometers, which is why the men did not dismount. The question of how fast it really went can be answered because people kept dating things. The ordinary sustainable rate over long distances worked out at somewhere between 50 and 80 kilometers a day. That figure comes from arrival times, and the arrival times survive because of one of the more useful habits of the ancient world. When something enormous happened, people carved the date on a wall or wrote it at the top of a document. And if you can find the same event dated in 2 places, you have a measurement. A man called Pertinax became emperor on the 1st of January in the year 193. The news was recorded in Alexandria on the 6th of March. 63 days for about 3,177 kilometers, which is 50 a day, including the sea crossing. Better still, because it is a physical object rather than a document. Gaius Caesar, the grandson and intended heir of Augustus, died at Limyra on the coast of what is now Turkey on the 21st of February in the year 4. An inscription at Pisa in Italy records the news arriving and is dated the 2nd of April. Not less than 36 days for around 2,150 kilometers. That is a stone with 2 dates on it, carved by people with no interest whatever in the speed of the post, and it is as clean a measurement as this period offers. Then there are the exceptions. Suetonius says of Julius Caesar that he covered 100 Roman miles a day in a hired carriage, swimming the rivers or crossing them on inflated skins, and very often arriving before the messengers sent to announce him. That is about 148 kilometers, and Suetonius offers it as a remarkable thing about a remarkable man, which is the correct way to read it. And Procopius, writing in the 6th century, describes the system at its height with the specificity of somebody who had used it. 5 stations to a day's journey at minimum, sometimes 8, 40 horses standing ready at each one, and the couriers, he says, on occasion covered a 10-day journey in a single day. The modern check on all this is a piece of work out of Stanford that modelled travel across the whole Roman world, every road, every river, every sea route, with speeds assigned by mode. An ox cart, 12 kilometers a day. An army on the march, 30. A man on horseback going about his business, 56. A fast carriage on the state post, 67. and continuous horse relay at the top of the model, 250, which puts three completely independent lines of evidence: a Byzantine official's memoir, a computer model built from Roman engineering data, and Herodotus on a Persian road 4 centuries before either, within sight of each other, somewhere around 250 to 300 kilometers a day as the absolute ceiling, and the ordinary day-after-day reality of imperial government at 50 to 80. Meanwhile, the army moved at 30. Here is the thing that arithmetic does to a map. An order takes 50 to 80 kilometers a day to reach a frontier. A report comes back at the same rate, which means that for any province, there is a fixed number of days between something happening and anybody at the center knowing about it, and roughly double that before an instruction can arrive in response. Beyond a certain distance, the delay exceeds the timescale on which events unfold, and the man on the spot is not being governed anymore. He is being trusted. That distance, the radius at which a state stops being able to think about itself, was set by how far a horse could get before the news went stale. Every empire in this story is shaped by that number, and none of them could change it because there was nothing faster. And the extraordinary thing is how long that held. From the Persian relay riders Herodotus watched in the 5th century before Christ, through Rome, through the Mongol post stations, through the couriers of medieval and early modern Europe, to the electrical telegraph in the 1830s and 40s, the fastest reliable way to move a written message overland was a horse for something in the order of 2,300 years. Not the fastest under ideal conditions, the fastest at all, which puts the Pony Express in its proper place. 18 months of operation in 1860 and 61, romanticized beyond all proportion and made obsolete within about 2 years by the telegraph line that went up along substantially the same route. Not the origin of the idea, very nearly the last instance of it. The Persian line, incidentally, is carved on the front of the main post office in New York. The clearest demonstration of what cavalry meant, though, is an argument about a battle where the cavalry may not have been present. At Marathon in 490 before Christ, a Persian expeditionary force landed on a plain northeast of Athens and was defeated by an Athenian army that charged it across open ground. Herodotus gives the battle in detail: the deployment, the run, the wings holding while the center gave way, the fighting at the ships, the names of the men who died there. He does not mention the Persian cavalry, not fighting, not held in reserve, not absent. They simply are not in the account, which is strange, because earlier in the same work he records Darius requiring the tributary towns to build horse transports specifically for this expedition, and the fleet that sailed included them. The Persians went to the considerable trouble of shipping cavalry across the Aegean, and the plain they landed on was thought by the Athenian generals themselves to be cavalry country, and then the horses vanish from the narrative of the day. There is a tradition that explains it, and the tradition is late. A Byzantine encyclopedia compiled in the 10th century after Christ, 1400 years after the battle, preserves an entry under a phrase meaning "the cavalry are away." That Greeks serving unwillingly in the Persian force climbed trees and signaled to the Athenians that the horsemen had gone, and that the Athenian commander attacked on the strength of it. It fits the puzzle almost too neatly, and it comes from a compilation working from sources that no longer exist, so it cannot be checked. Modern historians have divided over it in an argument that is now 60 years old and still open. One influential reading holds that the cavalry was there the whole time, and that the famous Athenian run, a charge of some 1,500 meters, which Herodotus says astonished the Persians, was precisely a tactic to close the distance before mounted troops could be brought into position. A reviewer of that argument put the obvious objection. If the run was designed to get in before the cavalry could deploy, why did the cavalry not intervene later in a fight that went on for hours? And there is one more piece of evidence pulling the other way, and it is my favorite thing about the whole question. In the Athenian marketplace, within a few decades of the battle, there was a painted colonnade with the battle depicted on it, commissioned by the men who had fought it or by their sons. The painting is long gone, but descriptions of it survive, and according to those descriptions, it included a Persian horseman. So the cavalry was in the Athenian memory of Marathon on a public wall in a city full of veterans. It is only in the text that it disappears. Nobody has resolved that, and I do not think anybody now can. The other thing this period produced is a book about horses that is still worth reading, and it comes with 2 corrections attached. It is usually dated to about 350 before Christ, and that precision is not warranted. The only internal clue is a single cross-reference in the last chapter, and the authenticity of that chapter has itself been questioned by specialists. The fair statement is the 60s or 50s of the 4th century before Christ, with the uncertainty acknowledged. And it is not the first book about horses, which its author says himself in his opening lines. He names a predecessor, Simon of Athens, who dedicated a bronze horse near a temple in the city about a century earlier, and wrote a treatise that survives only in fragments quoted by later writers. So the correct claim is that Xenophon's is the oldest surviving complete manual on horsemanship in Greek, not the first, and certainly not the oldest anywhere. The Hittite training program predates it by 1,000 years, and an Egyptian veterinary papyrus is older still. What makes it remarkable is that a working horseman today would recognize almost all of it. He starts with the feet, and his reasoning is that a house is no use if the foundations are wrong, and neither is a horse. He is interested in temperament, and he says something rather striking about it, that spirit in a horse takes the place of anger in a man. On handling, he gives what he calls the golden rule, which is never to approach a horse angrily. And on a frightened animal, the instruction is to touch the frightening thing yourself and then lead the horse gently up to it, because forcing a frightened creature with blows only makes the fear worse. There is a line he attributes to his predecessor, and it is the best sentence anybody wrote about animals in the ancient world. What a horse does under compulsion, Simon said, he does blindly, and his performance is no more beautiful than that of a dancer taught with the whip and the goad. And then, a few pages away, on how to teach a horse to jump a ditch. If it will not go, hit it hard with a whip or a stick. Both of those are in the same short book by the same man, and I think the second one has to be read out alongside the first. He is not a modern trainer with modern instincts who happens to be writing in Greek. He is a cavalry officer in the 4th century before Christ who noticed, correctly and ahead of nearly everybody, that frightening an animal makes it worse at its job, and who would also lay into one that would not jump. There is a road in northern England, and another in Syria, and another across Anatolia, and the stone in them was laid so that a man could change horses every 12 kilometers and keep going. Some of those road surfaces are still there under the tarmac. The yards are foundations in a field. For rather more than 2,000 years, the outer edge of anybody's power was a day's ride, multiplied, and the multiplication had a limit, because at the far end of it, the horse had to eat and sleep and lie down in order to dream, and nobody had yet found a way round any of that. The thing itself is unremarkable to look at. A stuffed ring of leather, wide and flat, where it will sit against the animal's chest and shoulders, packed out with straw or wool or horsehair, with 2 wooden or iron arms attached to the outside of it to take the traces. It weighs a few kilos. It costs whatever a saddler charges. Watch it being fitted on a wet morning somewhere in northern Europe around the year 1100. It goes on upside down because the wide part will not pass over the head otherwise, and then it is turned right way up on the neck and worked back until it settles into the hollow in front of the shoulder blades. The man doing it has his hands flat against the horse's chest, feeling for it, and he has done this so many times that he is looking somewhere else entirely while he does. The leather is cold, and it has last week's sweat dried into it, and it smells accordingly. Then the traces are hooked, and the horse takes a step, and the load comes on. And what happens then is the whole point. The pull comes from low down, from the base of the collar against the chest, not from up on the neck. The animal drops its head a little and leans, and the shoulders come into it, and its breathing changes as it settles into the weight, and behind it the coulter goes into the ground, and the soil starts turning over in a long, wet, unbroken ribbon. That is a plough being pulled by a horse, and for a long time the story about why it worked was wrong. The story goes like this. Before the padded collar, harness ran across the throat and around the girth, a soft band over the windpipe and another round the belly, so that any serious pull tightened the strap against the animal's throat and half choked it, which meant ancient civilizations could never get real work out of a horse and had to use oxen and were stuck. Then the collar arrived from China sometime in the early medieval period and took the load off the throat and put it on the shoulders, and everything followed: deep ploughing, heavy hauling, agricultural surplus, medieval Europe. It is a satisfying story, and it can be traced to a specific man. A French cavalry officer named Lefebvre de Noailles began running experiments around 1910 and published them in 1931. And he reported the figures that made the case. 2 horses in throat and girth harness, he said, managed something around half a ton between them. 1 horse in a proper collar could draw 1.5 tons, a 5- or 6-fold improvement per animal, which is not an improvement so much as a different world. The difficulty is that his ancient harness was not ancient. A French horseman named Jean Spruiter went back to the problem in the 1970s, working from the actual depictions on Egyptian and Greek and Roman monuments rather than from a reconstruction, and building the systems properly. Working with 2 specialists in ancient vehicles, he showed that the harness Lefebvre de Noailles had built and tested was an inaccurate design, and, crucially, that it was less efficient than anything the ancient world had actually used. When the breastband is placed correctly and combined with a stiff partial yoke of the kind the monuments show, it sits on the chest, not the throat. It does not cut off the animal's wind because it is not anywhere near the animal's wind. Spruiter built 3 separate ancient systems and drove real horses in them, which is the part that matters. And the finding was that horses in the older harness could pull nearly as much as horses in a collar. So what did the collar actually do? It changed the angle. The traces come off it lower down, closer to the line of the ground, which is a real and specific advantage for the one job where the resistance is at ground level and constant: ploughing. Not for hauling generally, for putting a blade through soil. A real improvement then, and a narrower one, and I find the corrected version more interesting than the original. The dramatic story asks you to believe that for 3,000 years nobody noticed their horses were choking. The true one is about a small change in geometry that mattered in one specific application, which is much more like how technology actually behaves. The collar's own history is reasonably clear. The earliest secure depiction is a painted cave temple mural in western China, dated to the last quarter of the 5th century after Christ. There is an earlier possible one on painted bricks from a tomb in Sichuan 2 or 3 centuries before that, but it is questionable. By around the year 600, the collar is being used on camels, By the middle of the 9th century, a Chinese painting shows one fully developed on a carriage horse. In Europe, the earliest depiction is around the year 800, and it is common by the 12th century. The other piece of the arrangement is iron on the foot, and here the record is cleaner than the arguments about it. The Romans had a thing sometimes offered as a horseshoe, and it is not one. It was a boot, an iron plate with a leather upper strapped on over the hoof, taken off when not needed. Useful for a lame animal or a rough road, no use at all as a permanent fitting, because it comes off. The first securely dated nailed iron shoes come from a royal grave. Childeric, king of the Franks, died in the early 480s and was buried at Tournai in what is now Belgium, and his tomb contained shoes with nail holes. After that, the trail goes reasonably straight. Written references from around the year 900, and by 910 a text mentioning crescent-shaped irons and their nails, which is unambiguous. Cast bronze shoes with 6 nail holes are common by the year 1000. Iron takes over through the 13th and 14th centuries. You will find a claim about an Etruscan bronze shoe with nail holes from around 400 before Christ, found in 1897. It is isolated, it is contested, and this particular field has a long history of over-eager early datings, so I would leave it where it is. Which brings us to the stirrup, and to an argument that has to be cut in half before it makes sense. In 1962, an American historian named Lynn White published a book that made one of the great confident claims of 20th century medieval history. The stirrup, he argued, enabled mounted shock combat. A rider braced in his stirrups can put the whole mass of horse and man behind a couched lance without being thrown off the back of his own animal. That created a new and devastating kind of warrior. That warrior was expensive, requiring horses and armor and years of training, and so somebody had to pay for him, which is why Charles Martel seized church lands in the 730s and granted them out to fighting men in exchange for service, which is feudalism. Few inventions, White wrote, have been so simple as the stirrup, and few have had so catalytic an influence on history. That strong version has not survived. 2 historians took it apart in the same journal within a year, on the grounds that it was a straightforward case of technological determinism. The stirrup made new methods possible, they argued, not inevitable, and possibility is not causation. Another showed the chronology does not work. Frankish heavy cavalry predates the general adoption of stirrups in Francia, and the battle usually attached to the story, fought near Poitiers in 732, was, according to the chronicles, largely an infantry action. A third pointed out that cavalry dominance across world history correlates much better with political decentralization than with any piece of equipment, and offered medieval Japan and China as cases. So the grand version, stirrup to feudalism, is not held by anybody qualified that I could find. It is a misconception and a famous one, and it is still in circulation because it is a wonderful story. But there is a narrower question inside it that has not been settled, and it deserves separating out. What did the stirrup actually do for a man on a horse? The skeptical answer is that it mainly reduced the chance of falling off, improved lateral stability, and helped with sword work against men on foot. Useful, incremental, not transformative. Whether it did more than that, whether it genuinely changed what mounted men could do in a charge, is still argued. That half stays open. The archaeology, at least, is precise. A pottery figurine from a tomb near Changsha in southern China, dated 302 after Christ, shows a single stirrup, a mounting aid for getting up, not a pair for riding. By 322, in a tomb near Nanjing, a proper pair is depicted, and the earliest actual surviving pair comes from a nobleman's tomb in Liaoning in the northeast, dated 415, mulberry wood with gilt bronze and iron fittings, widespread across China by the 470s. In Hungary, iron ones in Avar graves in the 7th century, into Frankish and Scandinavian use through the 9th and 10th. None of which is the real reason horses moved into the fields, and the real reason goes back to something in the animal's gut that nothing in this story ever changed. A cow ferments its food before the small intestine, in a chamber where microbes break down the tough stuff first, and because that happens upstream, the microbial protein the fermentation produces gets digested and absorbed further along. It works beautifully, and the price is that the animal must stop, lie down, bring the food back up and chew it again. A ruminant spends hours a day doing that. It is not optional. A horse has it the other way round. Digestion first, in the stomach and small intestine, fermentation afterwards, in an enormous chamber past the point where most of what the microbes make can be absorbed. So a great deal of the protein produced by the fermentation goes out in the dung, unused. The horse gets less out of a mouthful of rough grass than a cow does, and it compensates by pushing food through roughly twice as fast, eating more often, and moving it along. On decent grazing, that works. On straw and stubble and mature hay, it does not work at all. A horse doing hard sustained work on poor forage cannot extract enough from it, and needs something concentrated. It needs grain, which is to say it needs the thing people eat, and that single fact runs underneath the entire agricultural history of the horse in Europe. The medieval farm accounts show it directly. Working horses fed on oats and oat straw, and oxen doing comparable work given straw only. The ox eats what the farm cannot eat. The horse eats out of the same store as the household. I want to flag that this is the least well-sourced part of the story I have to tell you. The standard scholarly work on English draft animals between the 11th and 15th centuries exists. It is field-defining, and I could not get past the paywall to its tables. Its cost figures a plough horse at somewhere around 10 shillings a year to keep against an ox at around 7. I have only at second hand, and I am not going to state them as though I had checked them. The sources also disagree about relative work rates, some giving the ox about 2/3 of a horse's output, others putting the best of each within reach of one another. The physiology is solid. The arithmetic needs somebody to open the book. What is not in doubt is that the choice ran both ways, and that the horse's advantage was never total. It was faster, perhaps 30 or 40% faster at the plough, which over a season is real land ploughed. It was more versatile because the same animal could pull a cart, carry a rider, work stock, and it had two disadvantages that never went away: the grain, and the fact that at the end of a working life, an ox is beef, sold and eaten, while a horse in most of Christian Europe was worth its hide and very little else. Which is why the replacement happened unevenly and took 400 years, spreading in some regions and stalling in others, following soil type and terrain, and, above all, the local price of oats. On heavy clay in a bad grain year, the ox stayed. Somewhere in that 400 years, the ordinary relationship changed, and hardly anybody wrote it down, because who writes down the ordinary? The horse stopped being primarily a thing that carried men to fight and started being primarily a thing that produced food. Not in the palaces and not in the annals, in the strip fields, in the carting of muck and marl and firewood, in the harrowing, in the slow business of getting a crop off land that had to be worked every year. The word usually reached for here is revolution, and having spent a while with the harness experiments and the collar chronology and the 400-year regional patchwork, I have come to distrust it. Revolution is a word we apply afterwards. to make a long, confusing period legible. What actually happened was a lot of individual farmers, across centuries, each deciding whether they could afford the oats this year. Out in the field, the animal is leaning into a padded ring of stuffed leather and turning the soil over, and the pull is coming off its chest, low and steady, and it holds up the whole arrangement without any notion that it is doing so, that the bread in the town and the tax on the bread and the church built out of the tax all run back through the collar on its shoulders and the grain in its manger. It works until the light goes. Then somebody takes the collar off and it lies down because it needs to. There is a stretch of sandy heath above a river estuary in Suffolk, with the North Sea a few miles off and gorse on the higher ground. And in the summer of 1991, a team was working there on a low mound that had been robbed at some point in the past and largely ignored since. Sand is difficult to excavate, and it is also honest. Everything organic has gone, and what remains is a change in colour where the soil has been disturbed, a darker outline in the paler ground, holding the shape of things that no longer exist. You work down through it with a trowel held almost flat, taking off millimetres, and you watch the colour. What came up in the middle of that mound was a young man's grave, and the goods in it were exceptional even by the standards of that cemetery. An oak coffin, a sword with a pattern-welded blade, its buckle set with garnets in cut gold cells, two small strap mounts shaped like pyramids, a fire steel and a leather pouch laid near where the head had been, and inside the pouch rough uncut garnets and pieces of millefiori glass, the stock of somebody who worked in ornament or a gift from somebody who did. Two spears, a shield, a small cauldron, a bronze bowl, a pottery vessel, an iron-bound wooden bucket, and a rib from an animal, put in as food for the journey. In the northwest corner of the same grave, laid out on its own, was a bridle. The leather had rotted, but the fittings survived. Gilt bronze plaques, worked in interlace, the kind of decoration you would put on something meant to be seen from a distance in sunlight. And in a separate hollow cut alongside the man's grave, its own space, its own careful arrangement, was a horse. 7th century. Somebody died, and somebody else, his household, his kin, whoever had the authority, decided that a bridle with gilded fittings should go in the ground, and that the animal it belonged to should be killed and buried beside him. Here is the rule I want to keep for the rest of this chapter, because it is the difference between history and invention. The grave is evidence, the horse is evidence, the bridle is evidence. What any of it meant, whether the animal was expected to be ridden somewhere, whether it was property being conspicuously destroyed, whether it was a companion, an offering, a debt paid, a statement about what kind of man this had been, is not in the ground. It is a thing we would like to know and do not. The pattern is enormous, and it repeats across a great deal of Europe and Asia for thousands of years. At Oseberg in Norway, a ship burial dated by its own timbers to the autumn of 834, there were 14 horse skeletons, along with an ox and 3 dogs. At Heath Wood in Derbyshire, there are 59 barrows, the only known Scandinavian cremation cemetery in the British Isles, tied to the great Viking army that arrived in England in 873. Horse burials turn up in the Baltic, in Hungary, across the steppe, in Anglo-Saxon England, in every direction. 14 horses is not a gesture. 14 horses in a subsistence economy, in a country where winter fodder is the limiting factor on everything, is a fortune destroyed on purpose in front of witnesses, which is one reading. Another is that the animals were needed where the dead person was going. Both are guesses. What can be said is that people who otherwise disagreed about nearly everything, language, gods, farming, the shape of a house, kept arriving independently at the idea that when an important person dies, a horse should die too. It happens too often and across too much of the map to be borrowing alone. While the burials were going on, The animal was becoming something else, a thing you were forbidden to eat. I have to be careful here, because the standard version of this story could not be verified, and I tried hard. You will read almost everywhere that Pope Gregory III banned the eating of horseflesh in a letter to Boniface, the missionary in Germany, in the year 732. The correspondence is real. It survives in a proper critical edition and in English translation, and it is genuine. But I could not lay hands on the passage itself across something like 10 separate attempts, and the reference works disagree with each other about what the ban actually covered. Some say wild horses specifically. One says both wild and domestic. The framing shifts depending on where you look. Until somebody opens the primary text, I am not going to narrate a papal decree I have not read. What is solid and rather more interesting is that the taboo was never universal, and the exceptions are documented by people who were there. When Iceland converted to Christianity around the year 1000, the settlement was negotiated rather than imposed, and it included 3 concessions to the old practices. One of them was that people could go on eating horse meat. That was later revoked, but it was on the table in a country that had just agreed to become Christian because giving it up was too much to ask. Adam of Bremen, writing in the 11th century about the peoples along the southern Baltic, reports that the Sambians consumed horse blood as well as horse milk, and in the late 9th century a traveller called Wulfstan, whose account was preserved in a translation made at the court of King Alfred, observed that the wealthy among the Baltic peoples drank fermented mare's milk instead of mead. So the prohibition was not a fact of European life. It was a marker of Christian identity, adopted where Christianity took hold, and it functioned as a boundary between the people who ate horses and the people who did not. And there is a competing explanation from a rather different direction. The anthropologist Marvin Harris argued the whole thing was functional rather than religious. A horse converts grass into meat less efficiently than a cow or a sheep does. So a society that keeps horses for work and eats ruminants is simply doing the sums correctly, and the taboo is that arithmetic given a moral surface, which connects unexpectedly straight back to the plough. An ox at the end of its working life is beef. It is sold, killed, eaten, and its value is realized. A horse at the end of its working life, in a country where nobody will eat it, is a hide and a set of hooves. That is the same trade-off from the farm accounts, showing up in canon law and dinner. Something else was happening to the landscape at the same time, and it was happening to a hill in Oxfordshire. There is a figure cut into the chalk on the escarpment above the Vale of the White Horse, a horse drawn in a spare, stretched, flowing line that looks almost modern, about 110 meters long, visible from a very long way off. It is not carved. It is a trench cut through the turf and packed with chalk, and if it is not cleaned and repacked every generation or so, it disappears entirely within about 20 years. Which means the thing about that horse is not that it was made. It is that somebody has maintained it continuously for the entire time it has existed. An antiquarian wrote a letter in 1738 suggesting the figure commemorated a victory of Alfred the Great over the Danes at Edington in 878, and that attribution stuck for 2 centuries. It was already in trouble before science reached it, because the style of the animal closely resembles horses on local Iron Age coins, rather than anything Anglo-Saxon. Then, in the 1990s, an excavation dated the silts in the trenches by measuring the light energy stored in the mineral grains since they were last exposed to daylight. The result puts the figures cutting between about 1380 and 550 before Christ. And I want to be honest that this is a range of 830 years, not a date. The commonly quoted figure of around 1000 before Christ is a midpoint somebody chose. not a result. Even at the cautious end, though, it is Iron Age at the latest and quite possibly late Bronze Age, which makes the maintenance the astonishing part. Somebody has been going up that hill with baskets of chalk for something like 2,500 to 3,000 years, through the Roman occupation and the conversion to Christianity and the Norman conquest and the Reformation and both world wars, and nobody in that entire chain knew why the first people did it. By the time the English legal record becomes dense enough to read in the 13th century, the horse has arrived in it as a category of value. The relevant statute dates to 1275, and it sets a threshold. Theft of goods worth more than 12 pence is grand larceny, and grand larceny is a hanging offence. Below 12 pence, it is petty larceny, whipping, forfeiture, not death. 12 pence in the 13th century is roughly the value of a sheep, so there was no special law making horse theft capital. There did not need to be one. A horse was worth many times 12 pence, always, so horse theft fell automatically on the wrong side of the line, and men were hanged for it as a matter of arithmetic rather than as a matter of legislation about horses, which is a small distinction and worth keeping, because the version where a special law singled out the horse makes it sound like reverence. What actually happened was that the animal had drifted above a threshold set for sheep and stayed there for 600 years. And at the top end, the numbers become difficult to hold in the head. A destrier, a first-rate war horse trained for the charge, cost 7 or 8 times what an ordinary riding horse cost. £80 is documented at the end of the 13th century, and in 1339, on campaign in Flanders, the Earl of Northampton lost a destrier valued at £100. Set that against wages. The Statute of Labourers of 1351 caps what workmen may be paid, and the caps are specific: haymaking, a penny a day; reaping, 2 pence a day, rising to 3 pence at the height of the harvest in early August; a master carpenter, 3 pence; a master mason, 4 pence, and the statute adds, without meat or drink, meaning that is the cash and you feed yourself. 4 pence a day across something like 260 working days comes to about £4 6 shillings in a year. The arithmetic is mine rather than a historian's, and the working days are an assumption, but the shape of it survives any reasonable adjustment. That £100 horse is on the order of 23 years of a master mason's capped wage, against a labourer at 2 pence a day, closer to 46 years. A working lifetime, one animal. Fewer than 5% of documented war horses were destriers, and the price data survives thinly, precisely because such animals changed hands so rarely. The sources that report these figures are careful to say so. And here is where the whole medieval picture has to be corrected, because it is wrong in the most vivid possible way. Everybody has an image of the animal that cost 46 years of a labourer's wages. It comes from films and from Victorian painting. Something enormous, 17 hands or more, a great feathered beast with a neck like a bull, carrying a man in full plate. A few years ago, a team assembled the largest dataset of English horse bones ever compiled, material from 171 archaeological sites spanning the 4th century to the middle of the 17th, and measured them. Medieval war horses were mostly under 14 hands 2 inches at the shoulder, which is, by the modern definition, below the height at which an animal stops being a pony. Horses of 15 or 16 hands were, in the words of the project, very rare indeed, even at the height of the royal stud system in the 13th and 14th centuries, when English kings were spending extraordinary sums on breeding. And the evidence was in front of us the whole time, in the most famous illustration of medieval warfare in existence. Look at the riders on the Bayeux tapestry. Their legs hang down below their horses' bellies. So the destrier, the animal a nobleman valued at £100, that a man could be hanged for stealing, that was buried beside its owner with gilded fittings on its bridle, that carried the entire military and social apparatus of medieval Europe on its back, stood about the height of a modern riding pony. What made it worth a working lifetime was not size. It was training and temperament, and the willingness to go forward into something that every instinct in a prey animal is screaming at it to avoid. The men who paid those prices had a category for the animal that we have lost, and it sat somewhere between property, weapon, and dependent. You could be hanged for taking one. You were forbidden to eat one. And when the man who owned it died, in Suffolk in the 7th century, or in Norway in the 9th, it went into the ground with him, and nobody thought to write down why. The hollow beside that grave in the sand is still there. It is a slightly darker patch, cut and backfilled, in the shape of an animal lying on its side. The smell arrives before anything else does, and it arrives in the 2nd week of April. Spring on the Mongolian plateau does not come gently. The ground has been frozen since October, and the grass has been dead straw, the colour of sand, and then over a matter of days the temperature turns, and the surface thaws, and there is a smell coming off the whole valley at once. Wet earth and the sourness of last year's grass rotting under this year's, and then something green and sharp and faintly sweet underneath it that was not there a week ago. The horses know before the people do. They have been standing all winter in weather that killed some of them, scraping snow off the ground with their front feet to reach whatever was underneath, a thing these particular animals are notably good at, and which a European traveller thought worth writing down when he saw it, because the horses he knew at home could not do it. Now they put their heads down and do not lift them for hours. You can watch the condition come back onto an animal over about 3 weeks in April. The hips stop showing, the coat loses its staring roughness, the neck fills out. And until that has happened, nothing moves. No army, no campaign, no messenger relay, no siege. The horses are thin, and the mares are in foal, and the grass is not up, and the whole apparatus simply waits. That is the thing about the Mongol Empire that almost never gets said. It ran on a schedule set by photosynthesis. What everybody knows about Mongol logistics is that each warrior had a string of remounts, and the figure usually given is 3 to 5 horses per man. I went looking for where that number comes from, and I could not find it. There are 2 exceptionally good sources for this. Both are Franciscan friars sent east in the middle of the 13th century, one by the Pope, one by the King of France, who travelled among the Mongols for months, ate with them, were rained on with them, and wrote it all down when they got home. They are attentive, they are specific, and they are frequently annoyed, which is a good sign in a witness. Neither gives a per-warrior figure. What they give is something else. One of them describes a single wealthy Mongol as having 100 or 200 carts with chests on them. He describes a captain who managed enormous herds with a workforce of no more than 500 men. And he complains in a passage I have a good deal of sympathy with that his party changed horses 2 or 3 times in a day, and that out of 20 or 30 animals available, they as foreigners were always given the worst. The other confirms the system from the traveller's end. Fresh horses during the day with the ones they had finished with, sent back down the line to where they came from. So the remount system is solidly attested. Vast collective herds are attested. Animals changed several times a day, and a return arrangement to get them home are attested. What is not attested anywhere I could reach is a fixed personal string of 3 to 5 horses per fighting man. That looks like a modern extrapolation, someone's reasonable estimate made once, repeated until the estimate became a fact and the estimator's name fell off. The system it describes was real. The number is somebody's arithmetic wearing a costume. The reason all this matters is that grass is not like coal. You cannot stockpile it, you cannot move it, and it grows or does not grow depending on how much rain fell in a particular year on a particular plateau, which raises an obvious question that nobody could answer until somebody thought to read the trees. 12 years ago, a team of dendrochronologists working in central Mongolia sampled Siberian pine growing on an old lava flow, 107 trees, some of them very old, on ground so poor and so dry that the tree's growth is almost entirely a record of available moisture. Good years make wide rings, dry years make narrow ones, and because the wood on that lava field survives long after the tree dies, they were able to build a continuous record going back 1,112 years. Two things in that record stand out. The first is a severe drought in the 1180s, which the authors connect to the period the sources describe as chaotic and violent. The years in which a boy called Temujin was growing up among feuding clans before he became Chinggis Khan. The second is what happened next. From 1211 to 1225, 15 consecutive years, the rings are wide, persistently, unusually wet and mild, and the author's assessment is that this run is unprecedented in the whole 1100-year reconstruction, and the argument follows from there. More moisture on grassland means more grass. More grass means more animals fed per square mile, which means larger herds, which means more horses per man, more milk, more meat, more surplus, and therefore the capacity to put an enormous mounted force into the field and keep it there for years at a time, far from home. I want to give the authors credit for how carefully they hedged their own finding, because it is the mark of good work, and it usually gets stripped out when a study like this reaches the public. They state plainly that their reconstruction accounts for only about 56% of the regional variation in water balance. They describe their data as sparse and heterogeneous, and they note that 44% of their samples came from strip bark wood, which is known to exaggerate long-term swings. That is a team publishing a spectacular result and then telling you in the same paper exactly how much weight it will bear. Then somebody tried to extend the same reasoning to a specific event and got into a fight. In the spring of 1242, after a devastating campaign that had broken the Hungarian army and reached the Adriatic, the Mongols turned round and left Central Europe. It has been one of the great questions of medieval history. Why stop there with nothing effective in front of them? And the traditional answer involves the death of the great Khan Ogedei and the succession politics that followed. 10 years ago, a paper proposed an additional factor drawn from the same kind of climate evidence. Warm, dry summers from 1238 to 1241, followed by an unusually cold and wet early 1242, would have turned the Hungarian plain, much of which was marsh and floodplain before it was drained in the 19th century, into ground that could not carry horses or feed them. Not a defeat, a landscape that stopped being useful. The following year, in the same journal, 5 historians and geographers published a direct rebuttal, and their objection was not about the climate data but about the horses. The Mongols, they argued, had demonstrably kept their herds in good condition in Hungary through the occupation, and the spring rains of 1242 would have improved the pasture, not destroyed it. Wet spring is what grassland wants. The proposed mechanism, in other words, ran backwards. The original authors replied, "There the matter sits, and the distinction between the two claims is worth holding on to, because they get conflated. That there was an unusual run of wet years in the early 13th century is a measurement from trees. With error bars the authors published themselves. That the weather explains a specific strategic decision in a specific spring is an interpretation, and it has been seriously and publicly contested by people who know the Hungarian landscape. The first is data, the second is an argument, and it is not settled, and I am not going to settle it for you." What the friars do give us, in exhaustive detail, is what the horses were actually for? And the answer is mostly not warfare. It is dairy. There is a full description of how the fermented mare's milk was made, poured into a great skin, then beaten with a wooden club until it works and separates and begins to bubble, at which point it is sharp and slightly alcoholic and, the friar notes with a certain grudging respect, produces a very agreeable sensation in the inner parts and even makes the head slightly drunk. It is nourishing in a way that milk is not, and it keeps, and it can be made from an animal that is also your transport. There was a premium version reserved for great lords, made from the milk of white mares. And then there is the passage that gives the scale away, and it is one of my favourite pieces of description in the whole medieval record. Batu, the Khan who commanded the western campaigns, had a dairy operation. 30 men stationed a day's ride from his camp, and each of those 30 men sent in the milk of 100 mares. Every day, 3,000 mares in milk at one Khan's establishment, with a permanent staff and a daily delivery run. That is not a war band. That is a food industry. You will also read constantly that Mongol riders drank the blood of their own horses on campaign, opening a vein when there was nothing else. Neither friar mentions it. Both of them discuss the milk at enormous length. The claim may be somewhere in the Marco Polo material, and Polo's book comes with its own well-documented problems, dictated to a romance writer in a Genoese prison, with sections that have been argued over for centuries. I could not verify it, so it stays out. The empire's real border in the end was not drawn by any enemy. Look at where it stopped and hold it against a vegetation map, and the correspondence is uncomfortable. It ran across the grass, all of it, from Manchuria to the Danube, faster and further than anything before or since. Where the grass thinned, it slowed. Where the grass ended, in the forests of northern Russia, in the mountains, in the wet farmland of Central Europe, where every acre grew food for people and none of it grew fodder for 100,000 animals, it stopped and did not go on. Not because the men had lost, because you cannot carry the fuel. There is a horse standing in a valley in Mongolia tonight, one of somewhere over 4 million still there, and the ground beneath its feet is frozen and it is scraping at it with a front hoof to reach what is underneath. In a few weeks, the smell will come up off the whole valley in about 3 days, and it will put its head down and not lift it for a fortnight, and it will neither know nor care that for one strange century, the largest land empire in the history of the world could not move until this happened. 17 ships left Cadiz on the 25th of September, 1493, carrying somewhere between 12 and 1,300 men, and this time the cargo was different. The first voyage had been reconnaissance. This one was equipped to stay, seed, sugarcane cuttings, cattle, pigs, and horses. How many horses is not recorded. There is no manifest. The log for that voyage survives only in fragments, and every figure you will ever read for the number of animals on those ships is somebody's estimate rather than a count, which is worth saying plainly, because the alternative is to pick a number and sound certain. What survives instead is a remark. A Spanish official compiling the state papers a century later noted that on making landfall, the admiral ordered the men and the horses put ashore, the latter being almost spoiled, which is what a stall on a wooden ship does to a horse over 5 weeks: the standing, the shifting deck, the ammonia, the inability to lie down. And then, in 1519, Cortés landed on the coast of Mexico with 16 of them. That number we do have from a man who was there and who wrote his account decades later in old age, and who cared enough about the animals to name several of them individually and describe their colouring. 16 horses came ashore on the mainland of North America, into a hemisphere that had produced the entire family over 50 million years and had none. There is physical proof of where they came from, and it was sitting misidentified in a museum drawer. A tooth from a 16th century Spanish colonial site in what is now Haiti had been catalogued as cattle. 4 years ago, somebody re-examined it, correctly identified it as horse, and sequenced its mitochondrial genome, the earliest complete one recovered from any horse in the post-Columbian Americas. Its lineage is the dominant one of southern Europe, which confirms what the documents say: Iberian stock. And the closest living relative it turned up, the feral ponies of Chincoteague, off the coast of Virginia. The story most people carry about what happened next is that the horses won the continent, and it is not true, and modern scholarship has moved a long way from it. Cortés reached the Aztec capital with roughly 6,000 indigenous allies against his 250 Spaniards, and by the final siege that Allied force ran into the tens of thousands. Those numbers are the campaign. Everything else is a rounding error, and the decisive factor was disease, arriving with a timing that is almost unbearable to lay out. In Mexico, a smallpox epidemic in 1520 and 21 killed something like 40% of the population of the Valley of Mexico within a year, and killed the emperor in the middle of the siege of his own city. In Peru, it was worse because it got there first. The ruler Huayna Capac died around 1525 or 27 of what was probably smallpox or measles carried down indigenous trade routes years ahead of any European, and his death triggered a civil war between his sons. Pizarro did not arrive to fight the Inca Empire. He arrived to walk into the wreckage of one. The horses were a real advantage, and a narrow one. 10 horsemen at the first significant skirmish, 96 animals at the high point, 84 horsemen for the final assault on the capital in a city built on a lake and threaded with canals and causeways, which is close to the worst terrain imaginable for cavalry. At Cajamarca, where the Inca emperor was seized, Pizarro's whole force was 106 infantry, 62 horsemen, 4 small cannon, and a dozen firearms. There is a claim attached to all this that needs dealing with because it is repeated endlessly. That the indigenous peoples, having never seen a horse, believed that horse and rider were a single creature. It first appears in a history published in 1552 by a man who had never crossed the Atlantic. He was Cortés's chaplain and secretary in Spain, writing more than 30 years after the events from material Cortés supplied, and he framed the Maya at that first skirmish as fleeing in terror, thinking they faced a centaur, reaching deliberately for a Greek monster his European readers would recognize. It was repeated for Peru half a century later by a writer born 7 years after Cajamarca who was working in Spain from other people's accounts, and a Franciscan who was actually in Mexico from 1524, writing in the 1530s, rejected it outright. The illusion, he wrote, could only have lasted until they saw the riders dismount, because these people see and observe many things. A paper published last year traces the whole thing as a literary construction, a classical trope used to make the conquest look providential and the people on the other side of it look credulous. The friar who was there had it right within a decade, and the story he contradicted has outlived his correction by 500 years. Which brings me to what actually happened, and to the fact that most of what I was taught about it was wrong by about a century. The standard account has been that the Pueblo Revolt of 1680, when the Pueblo peoples drove the Spanish out of New Mexico and took their livestock, released horses northward, and that everything on the plains follows from that moment. Every textbook, every documentary, the Comanche acquiring horses in the 1720s, described as late as 1725 as still using dogs to move their belongings. 3 years ago, a study in science took that apart, and the way it was done matters as much as what it found. 67 authors, ancient DNA, radiocarbon dating, isotope chemistry, and the study of disease and injury in bone. And among the authors, named as authors rather than thanked in a footnote, Lakota, Comanche, Pawnee, and Acoma scholars and knowledge keepers, with the whole project overseen by an Oglala Lakota elder. It won the American Association for the Advancement of Science's top annual prize. They dated and analyzed 33 early horse specimens from across the American West, and horses were deeply integrated into indigenous societies by the first half of the 1600s. The statistical model for initial adoption puts the boundary between about 1516 and 1599, a century or more before the revolt that was supposed to have started it. Two of the animals carry the argument, and they are worth taking slowly. The first is a young horse from Black's Fork in southwestern Wyoming. The strontium in its teeth and bones records the geology of the water it drank while those tissues formed, and that geology is local. It was not brought there, it was born there and raised there, which means somebody in Wyoming was breeding horses. Its skeleton shows the specific changes at the base of the skull that come from being worked in harness or under saddle. And it has a healed fracture in the cranium, the sort of injury a horse gets from a kick in a confined space, in among other animals. Healed. Which means that after it happened, the animal was kept and fed and got better and went on working. Somebody looked at an injured young horse and decided to see it through. It was buried in a ritual deposit alongside coyotes. The second is an adult skull from the Kaw River in Kansas, and it is a record of use. There is damage from a metal curb bit, erosion of the tooth surfaces, a fractured palate, arthritis in the jaw joint, the accumulated wear of years of hard-handed riding with Spanish tack. The isotopes track it moving south from the Dakotas or Nebraska over 12 to 14 months, at 4 or 5 years old. And at the end of its life, there is a shift in the carbon signature consistent with being fed maize through the winter, which is a documented Pawnee practice, documented until this animal turned up, only from the 17 and 1800s. So the picture is not people acquiring loose horses and learning to ride them. It is horse husbandry, local breeding, veterinary care, seasonal foddering, long-distance movement through exchange and kinship networks radiating out of New Mexico before most of the Europeans who later wrote the histories had arrived to see any of it. The paper is direct about why the old story lasted, and I will quote its assessment rather than soften it. The 1680 model derives almost exclusively from European-authored texts, mostly written in the 17 and 1800s, and those texts are often rife with inaccuracies and strong anti-indigenous biases. One further finding rearranges the map. The Black's Fork area is the homeland of the Shoshonean-speaking people who would become the Comanche before their migration south in the early 1700s. Which means they did not go south and become horse people. They were horse people, and then they went south, a difference that changes the whole causation of the following century. And the study was careful about one thing that could easily have been overclaimed. These are old world domestic horses reintroduced. There is no excess of ancient North American ancestry in them. The animal came home, but it came home as cargo. I checked for a published rebuttal and found none. I also checked the general reference sources 3 years on, and the encyclopedia entries for the Comanche and for Plains peoples still carry the old chronology, dogs and all. The correction is in the world's leading scientific journal and has not yet reached the first place anybody looks. Come out onto the southern plains on a night around 1750 and the sound is the thing. A large herd at rest in the dark does not make one noise, but a texture of small ones, overlapping and constant. Grass being pulled, the shift of weight, a snort, the knock of one animal moving past another. Dust in the air even at night, and the smell of it, and the smell of them. Somewhere in the middle of it, a foal has got up and is looking for its mother and finding her. These animals are doing extremely well. The southern plains is what the family evolved for. Short grass, hard ground, distance, dry air. It is close to the country their ancestors grazed west out of, tens of thousands of years and half a world away, and their descendants have come back to it by way of Spain and a ship's hold. By the 1800s, a Comanche or Kiowa family might have 35 horses when 6 or 7 would cover transport and war. That is accumulated wealth in the same sense that a herd is wealth anywhere. Which is why the herds were destroyed and the destruction is documented, and I am going to give you the figures and the dates without decorating them. Palo Duro Canyon in the Texas Panhandle, the 28th of September, 1874. A U.S. cavalry column found a combined Comanche, Kiowa, and Cheyenne winter encampment in the canyon and captured the pony herd. The figures vary by source, and I could not verify a primary number. A state historical marker says 1,450 were ordered shot. The standard Texas reference gives more than 1,400 captured, with 40 given to a scout, 300 to others, and the remainder shot. Some accounts reach 2,000. Somewhere between 1,400 and 2,000 animals then, the great majority killed. With the winter food stores burned as well, the bands surrendered at Fort Sill by February. Bear Paw Mountains, Montana, the end of September and the first days of October 1877, 1,531 Nez Perce horses captured, according to the report of the scout who counted them. 300 went to the Allied scouts. Around 700 that the commanding officer reportedly promised to return the following spring were never returned. The band was 400 miles from the Canadian border and asylum with Sitting Bull, and without horses they were not going to cover it. The Nez Perce had been breeding horses systematically for 120 years by then, gelding inferior stallions, trading away stock they did not want to breed from, running an actual selective program in the Wallowa country. Afterwards, the army required the surrendered families to cross their remaining animals with draft horses for farm work. The tribe re-established a breeding registry in 1995. There is a herd on the plains tonight, out on some allotment or public range. Several dozen animals descended from Iberian stock and cavalry remounts and ranch escapes and whatever else got loose over 4 centuries. They are standing in country their family evolved in and vanished from and returned to, on a continent where the whole line began. And the grass they are eating is the same species of grass their teeth were built for 10 million years ago. They put their heads down. It gets light. None of it has ever been explained to them. The animal had been dead for 1 day. It is the 27th of February, 1789, in a room in London, and a French veterinary anatomist has the carcass of a 25-year-old chestnut stallion laid out in front of him with instruments and a measuring rule and a notebook. He is going to take it apart, and he is going to write down the dimensions of every part of it, because he has decided that this particular horse is not a horse. It is a specification. The room smells the way such a room smells. There is a great deal of blood in a horse, 35 or 40 litres, and most of it is still in there. The body is cold now, but not stiff, past the rigour, and the hide has been opened along the belly. Somewhere near the man's elbow is a page with a column of figures on it, length of head, length of neck, height at the withers, the angle of the shoulder, the length of bone between one joint and the next. He is measuring an animal the way a shipwright measures a hull that outsailed everything in the fleet, on the assumption that the reason is in the proportions and can be recovered by arithmetic. His name was Charles Vial de Saint-Bel, and the horse was called Eclipse. And in the second edition of the essay he published about all this, there is one sentence that has outlived everything else in it. It is worthy of notice that the heart weighed 14 pounds. To understand why a man was in that room with a rule, you have to go back about 40 years to a book. In 1791, a man named James Weatherby published an introduction to a general stud book, and in 1793, the first proper volume of it. It was a register of pedigrees, which mare, by which stallion, in which year, collected from the racing records of the previous century and set down in one place. It has been published continuously ever since by the same private family firm rather than by any governing body, and the current volume is the 49th. That is where the modern horse begins, not with a technology and not with a war, with a ledger, because the moment you have a written record of descent, you can select on it. You can decide, on paper, before the mare is anywhere near the stallion, which combination of ancestors you want to try, and you can do it again next year knowing exactly what you did last year. Everything that follows in this chapter is that one capability applied for 200 years. The register credits 3 imported stallions as the foundation of the thoroughbred, and their stories are worth a moment because 2 of them are considerably less solid than the tradition suggests. The Byerley Turk is the shakiest. He was a cavalry officer's charger in Ireland in 1689, present at the Battle of the Boyne. That much holds. Where he came from is unknown. There are 3 competing accounts of his capture, none confirmed, and even the standard reference works concede that his breeding cannot be established. The Darley Arabian is better documented and the documentation is late. A bay Arabian bought in Aleppo in 1704 by an English merchant named Thomas Darley and shipped home to his brother's estate in Yorkshire. The source for that is a history of the turf written in 1840, 136 years after the fact. And the Godolphin Arabian is the interesting one because his identity was argued about in his own lifetime, and the argument was settled by DNA 2.5 centuries later. Contemporaries could not agree whether he was an Arabian or a Barb from the North African coast. Y chromosome analysis has ruled out the Barb, pointing instead to Arabian or Turkoman ancestry. A dispute between 18th century horsemen resolved by reading the male line in their descendants' cells. Which brings us to the claim everybody has heard about thoroughbreds, and it is true in a way that needs unpacking rather than repeating. You will read that 95% of thoroughbreds trace to the Darley Arabian. The figure comes from a genetics paper published in 2001 based on 13 genetic markers in 211 horses cross-checked against the stud book, and it found that 78% of the genetic variation in the modern population comes from 30 founders, that 72% of the female lines trace to 10 founding mares, and that 95% of the male lines trace to a single stallion. 2 things about that. First, it is a pedigree calculation, a count of father to father to father chains through a written register validated against genetic data rather than a direct reading of the Y chromosome. Second, as the claim circulates, it usually traces not to the paper but to a magazine article about the paper from 2005. And when people did read the Y chromosome directly, in a study of 615 male horses across nearly 60 breeds, they found something the pedigree version obscures completely. All 3 founders carried the same Y chromosome type. They were indistinguishable. What actually dominates the modern male line is a mutation that arose afterwards, and the authors were able to say where. It occurred, they wrote, either in Eclipse himself, or in his son Waxy, or in his grandson Pot 8 Oos. And every living male carrying it can be traced to one animal, whalebone, foaled in 1807. Within 15 to 20 generations, that single new variant reached 96.5% of the English thoroughbred population. So the honest phrasing is not the Darley Arabian's dominance. It is the eclipse branch of the Darley Arabian's line, a mutation that appeared in one animal or its immediate descendants around the 1770s in a population being bred on paper by people who kept choosing the winners. The sample sizes in this work are small, incidentally. One of the studies had 11 pure thoroughbreds in it. It is an estimate for the horses examined, not a global constant. There is one more detail from that literature, and it is my favourite thing in the chapter because it is the register catching itself out. A horse called Gallopin, foaled in 1872, has a sire recorded in the General Stud Book. Genetic testing found that Gallopin carries the Byerly Turk's Y chromosome type, which the recorded sire's line does not, supporting a rumour that had circulated at the time about a different stallion having got to the mare. The author's conclusion is dry and final. An incorrect paternity assignment must have occurred in this lineage. A stud book entry from the 1870s corrected in the 21st century by reading the horse. Eclipse himself ran 18 times and won 18 times, and the record is less interesting than the reason it ended. He was never seriously extended. Nobody would enter against him. He retired in October 1770 after 17 months of racing because there was no longer anybody to beat, and his stud fee went from 10 guineas to 50. There is a famous line attached to him, "Eclipse first, the rest nowhere," supposedly said by his co-owner when asked to predict the finishing order. I went looking for the earliest version of it I could find, and the earliest I could find is a newspaper in Christchurch, New Zealand in 1927. 158 years after the race, on the other side of the world, in a paper repeating an established legend. There may be something earlier, I could not find it, and I am not going to hand you an 18th century quotation on that basis. What the dissection did, though, is real, and it went somewhere unexpected. Sanbel's essay on the proportions of eclipse made his professional reputation, and on the 18th of February 1791, an agricultural society in Hampshire formally adopted his proposal for a veterinary school. It opened as the Veterinary College of London, with Sanbel as its first professor. He died 2 years later at 40. The college is now the Royal Veterinary College, and it still awards a medal in his name to its best final year student every year. The skeleton is there, and the institution's own account carries a caveat I like them for including. It cannot be said with certainty that all the bones on display are actually his. A study published in 2012 using mitochondrial DNA and isotopes and skeletal measurement found the remains consistent with being eclipse, and in passing established that a second famous skeleton in the same tradition, labelled as the Derby winner Bend Orr, is most probably a different horse altogether, supporting a 19th century rumour that 2 yearlings had been swapped. And since I have given you a heart weight from 1789, I should give you the modern comparison and then take it away. Secretariat's heart is always described as weighing 22 pounds. It was never weighed. The pathologist who performed the necropsy in 1989 did not weigh it. His reaction at the time was purely descriptive. They stood there in silence, he said, because the thing was perfect, an enormous engine. The 22 pounds is a later estimate extrapolated from a different horse that he did weigh 4 years afterwards. The theory built on top of it about an inherited tendency to enlarged hearts passing down particular female lines has never been demonstrated. So one of those numbers is a measurement written down by the man holding the scales, and the other is a good guess that hardened. They are quoted side by side constantly, as though they were the same kind of fact. While the racing men were breeding for speed, other people were breeding in the opposite direction, and the story usually told about that is also wrong. Robert Bakewell, the Leicestershire farmer who did more than anyone to establish systematic livestock breeding in the 18th century, is routinely credited with creating the ancestor of the Shire horse. I could not stand that up. He unquestionably created the new Leicester sheep and the Dishley Longhorn cattle, and he pioneered the practice of hiring out prize males at a fee. One of his bulls served for 26 years at 5 guineas a time. On horses, the encyclopedia entry names sheep and cattle only. The Shire Horse Society's own history does not mention him. The standard academic monograph on the social history of horse breeding does not mention him. There is a claim that he advertised 2 black colts at stud in 1763 and won a prize at a local show in 1765, which may well be true and which I could not trace to a document. And the version that says he bred Shire horses is simply anachronistic, since the breed name and its register date from 1878, 83 years after he died. The societies are all late, and that lateness is the point. Clydesdale, 1877. Suffolk, 1877. The English Cart Horse Society, 1878. Renamed the Shire Horse Society in 1884. Percheron, in France, 1883. And here is a small error in wide circulation worth correcting, because the English language reference works often give 1893, while the French Society's own records, the National Library's digitized copy of the stud book, and a third independent source all agree on 1883. The heavy horse was not standardized as it rose, it was standardized at the end when the working era was already at its height, by men writing registers. And the assumption that these animals were bred progressively bigger to meet the demands of industrial haulage is only partly true, and it falls apart in a different way for each breed. The Suffolk did grow. A description from 1784 calls it generally about 15 hands and remarkably short and compact, against a modern standard of 16:1 to 17:2. The Percheron grew. But the largest shire ever recorded, a gelding standing 21 hands 2 inches, was foaled in 1846, 32 years before the breed society existed and above anything in the modern standard. And the Clydesdale is the reverse of the thesis entirely. The Society's own material describes the breed in the 1920s and 30s as a compact horse, smaller than the Shire or the Percheron, and dates the shift toward today's taller, more imposing animal to the 1940s, driven by the show ring and the parade, after the working era had passed its peak. For as long as anyone had drawn a galloping horse, they had drawn it wrong, and nobody knew. The convention was the flying gallop, front legs reaching forward, back legs stretched behind, all 4 feet off the ground, the animal extended like something thrown. Géricault's painting of the Epsom Derby of 1821 in the Louvre is the canonical example. It is in Assyrian relief and Greek pottery and Chinese silk and every sporting print of the 18th century. 2,000 years of people looking at horses and getting the fundamental shape of the fastest thing they knew completely wrong. In June 1878, on a stock farm at Palo Alto in California, Edward Muybridge set up 12 cameras in a row beside a track. Wires ran under the surface, raised just enough to be struck by the wheel of a light carriage or by the animal's legs and chest, and each wire completed an electrical circuit that released an electromagnetic shutter, 12 exposures in rather less than half a second. Both of the dates you will see for this are correct, for different horses in the same week. On the 15th of June, he photographed a trotting mare called Abe Edgington in front of an audience of newspapermen and turf experts, and that session became famous partly because a strap snapped by accident during it and was caught in the sequence, which convinced the skeptics the images had not been faked. On the 19th, he photographed a running mare called Sally Gardner, and that is the sequence with the gallop in it. The suspended moment is real. All 4 feet do leave the ground. But it happens when the legs are gathered underneath the body, folded in at the instant of collection, not extended fore and aft. The pose in every painting for 2 millennia occurs at no point in the stride. Everybody had been looking. It is simply too fast to see. 2.5 strides a second, and the human eye cannot freeze it, so for 2,000 years painters had drawn what the motion felt like rather than what it was, and every one of them had drawn the same wrong thing, and each generation had learned it from the last. 2 things need saying about the aftermath. The famous story that Leland Stanford had $25,000 riding on the question is apocryphal. The historian who curated Stanford's own Muybridge exhibition put it plainly. There are really no primary accounts of this bet ever having taken place. Stanford spent real money on the work, perhaps $50,000 over several years, for breeding and prestige and his own curiosity, not to settle a wager. And the convention did not die. Painters were shown the correct pose, and a great many of them found it unconvincing. Gathered legs look static, and the flying gallop looks like speed, so they kept using it for decades. It survives today in heraldry, in cartoons, in animation. What Muybridge did was make it demonstrably false, which turns out to be a different thing from making it go away. The essay Sainbel published in 1791 runs to columns of figures: the length of this bone against that one, the angle of the hip, the proportion of the shoulder to the hole. He believed the reason one horse beat every other horse was in there somewhere, recoverable, and that if you could write it down, you could build another one. He was wrong about the method and right about the ambition, and the ambition is what carried. Within a century, the animal had been split in 2 by paperwork. One line bred until it could run 1.5 miles faster than anything alive, another bred until it could shift a ton on a cobbled street, and both of those lines existed because somebody had written down who the parents were. The heart he weighed went into no jar. It was cut out, put on a scale, noted at 14 pounds, and then thrown away with everything else that was not bone. The building takes up most of a street, and it has been awake for an hour. It is somewhere in North London, and it is 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sound coming out of it is not one sound, but a great many overlaid, arriving in no particular order and never stopping. Hooves on brick, which is a harder and flatter noise than hooves on anything else. Chain. The rattle of a bucket set down. Somebody's boots. A horse kicking the partition of its stall, twice, for no reason. Another one further along the row, shifting its weight and doing it again. Men calling to each other down the length of the building in the shorthand of people who have worked together for years and do not need whole sentences. And underneath everything, continuous, the sound of several hundred animals breathing in an enclosed space. There are 700 horses in here. The air is the thing you would not be ready for. It is warm, noticeably warmer than the street, because 700 bodies at 38 degrees each will heat a building through a winter night better than any furnace. And it is thick, and it is not entirely unpleasant. Ammonia at the back of the throat, sharp enough to make your eyes water when you first come in from outside. Under that, the sweetness of hay and the dustier sweetness of crushed oats, and the smell of harness leather and neat's foot oil, and the particular smell of a horse's coat when it has been rubbed down and is still slightly damp. A working stable of this size can be smelled from the end of the road. The harnessing goes in a fixed order because everything here goes in a fixed order. Collar over the head upside down and turned, traces hooked, pairs backed out of their stalls and brought together in the aisle, and the animals know their partners and stand quietly beside the right one. Up in the loft above, men are moving hay down through hatches, and dust comes down with it and hangs in the light of the gas lamps in a way that anybody who has stood in an old barn at dawn will remember exactly. By 6, the first pairs are out on the street and it is starting to get light. And inside the building, the whole thing begins again, because the horses that go out at 6 will be back before noon and a different set will go out after them. This is the London General Omnibus Company, and around 1890 it owned 10,000 horses to run 1,000 buses. By 1905, when its own internal ledger, a volume they called the Horse Book, begun in 1876, was recording the figures, it had 17,384 horses and 1,414 buses. One company, in one city, and it was not the largest holder of horses in that city. There were more horses alive in the world at that moment than at any earlier point in the whole history of the relationship, and the reason was not that industrialization had failed to arrive. In the United States, horses and mules on farms peaked at about 26.7 million in 1918. That figure rests on 2 parallel official series, a national census and an annual agricultural survey, which never quite agreed with each other, so it is a reconstruction with a little play in it rather than a head count. The shape is not in doubt. You will also see 21 million quoted for roughly the same moment, and the 2 figures are not in conflict. 26 million is horses and mules together, 21 million is horses alone. Every time either number appears without its qualifier, somebody has dropped half the animals. The London figure needs more care because the number in wide circulation is not defensible. You will read 300,000 horses in Victorian London in a great many places, phrased identically, and not one of those places cites a source. There is a variant that has London declining to 200,000 by 1917, which looks very much as though somebody took 30% off the 300,000 and rounded. You will also see 50,000, which is not a rival total at all, but one writer's arithmetic, covering omnibus and cab horses only. 11,000 cabs, plus some buses at 12 horses each. Comparing the two is comparing a guess about every horse in Greater London with a calculation about 2 trades. What does exist is better than either, and it is a book. In 1893, a man named William Gordon published The Horse World of London, and he had done the work. He went to the stables. He interviewed the men who ran the companies. He asked what things cost and wrote down the answers trade by trade, and then he added them up. 10,000 omnibus horses, around 10,000 on the trams, 15,000 cab horses, 25,000 in the carrying trade, hauling goods, 600 at the post office, 1,500 belonging to the parish authorities for street cleaning and refuse, and so on, through the brewers and the railways and the coal merchants and the fire brigade. His total, in his own words, an equine herd of 72,000. That is working and commercial horses. It does not include private carriage horses, which he discusses separately without totaling, and it is unclear about the military and police. So the true figure for every horse in London was higher. But 72,000 is itemized, it is dated, and a named man went and counted it, which is more than can be said for 300,000. And because Gordon asked about money, we have the ledger. An omnibus horse cost £35 to buy and was bought at 5 years old, already grown and broken. It ate 10 shillings worth of food a week. It worked for 5 years, and at the end of that, it was worth £5. A tram horse cost the same £35 to buy. It ate 11 shillings a week, a shilling more. And it lasted 4 years, not 5. A cab horse cost £30, worked 3 years, and fetched £9 at the end. Now, the 4-year figure for tram horses circulates widely and is often treated as one of those round numbers that has come loose from its source. It has not. It is in Gordon on the page with his reasoning attached, and the reasoning is the most interesting thing in this chapter. The average working life of a London omnibus horse is 5 years. That of a tram horse is only 4. So much greater is his effort that it costs a shilling a week more to feed him, and he is worked out in 4/5 of the time. Why so much greater? Because of the rails. A tram runs in a grooved rail, and the flange of the wheel rubs in that groove, and London is not flat. Gradients of 1 in 40 on some of those routes. Getting a stationary tram car full of passengers moving from a standstill on a rising street required, Gordon says, 4 or 5 times the pull of keeping it going, and a tram stops at every stop. He estimated a tram horse made around 500 starts a day. Set the whole gradient out and it stops being a list of numbers and becomes an argument. Cab horse, 3 years. Tram horse, 4. Omnibus horse, 5. Railway carrier's horse, 4 to 6.5 depending on the company. Post office horse, 6. Parish refuse horse, 8. The post office horse worked more or less continuously, Sunday to Sunday, with 5.5 hours of guaranteed rest, far more hours than the cab horse, which was out perhaps 40 miles in a day. And it lasted twice as long. Because the thing that destroys a horse is not hours, it is starts. Steady pulling, however much of it, the animal can do for years. It is the repeated shock of applying maximum effort from standing 500 times a day that wears out the joints and the tendons and the heart. Gordon put a figure on the consequence, and it is the sort of sentence that stops a reader. Of the omnibus horses, 2 out of every 3 horses die in the service. Not sold on, not retired, die at work across a 5-year career with the bad ones, in his phrase, remorselessly weeded out. For comparison, in the same city, in the same years, private carriage horses died of accident or disease at about 2.5% a year. The city corporation's own horses, an elite establishment of 80 or 90 animals, lost about 1 every 3 months. The harder and the cheaper the work, the higher the death rate. That is the whole industrial relationship in one column of figures, and it does not need an adjective attached to it. The animals that died had a value, and there was a trade to realize it. Henry Mayhew, surveying London's poor in the middle of the century, put the number of horses slaughtered in the city at somewhere between 1,000 and 1,800 a week. The 2 surviving digitizations of his text disagree, and the better transcription gives the lower figure. Either way, somewhere between 50 and 95,000 horses a year in London alone. And he itemized what came off. 1. The flesh, about £2, sold for the cat's meat trade, men with barrows and skewers who supplied the household cats of London, one of the more startling small industries of the Victorian city. The skin, 6 shillings. The bones, 1 and 6pence. The fat, 1 and 10pence. The hooves and the shoes, a few pence. Total realised, about £2, 9 shillings and 7pence halfpenny against roughly £1 paid to the owner for the living animal. The horse was, at the end, a slightly profitable pile of components. Which brings us to what came out of the other end of the animal, and to one of the most instructive pieces of misinformation in modern history. You have almost certainly heard that the Times of London predicted in 1894 that the city would be buried under 9 feet of manure by 1950. It is a wonderful story. It is used constantly in books and lectures and business seminars to make a point about how badly experts forecast the future. It is not traceable to the times. The modern version enters circulation through an essay published in 2004, which does not quote the paper. It says only that one writer estimated, with no citation of any kind. That essay was then picked up by a transport research article in 2007, which repeated the claim as established fact and which contains no footnotes anywhere at all. And from that article, it spread everywhere because it now looked institutional. The Times itself published a piece in January 2018, going back through its own archive. The relevant article of June 1894 was about dust and mud. There is no prediction of 9 feet of manure. There is no prediction of manure at all. There is a companion anecdote about an international urban planning conference in New York in 1898 breaking up after 3 days because the delegates could see no solution to the manure problem. I could find no evidence that it happened. And now the harder half, which I would rather tell you than leave out. The real figures are barely better sourced than the fake ones. Every manure statistic in circulation, 15 to 30 pounds per horse per day, 2.5 million pounds a day in New York in 1900, 3 to 4 million pounds a day across New York and Brooklyn in 1880 is a modern calculation. Somebody took an estimated horse population, multiplied it by an assumed daily output, and published the product. I went looking for a contemporary municipal record, a weighbridge total, a department's own tonnage returns, anything counted at the time, for London, for Paris, for New York, and I could not find one, which is structurally the same problem as the invented quotation, just less flagrant. The fabricated prophecy is at least honest about being a story. The tonnages look like measurements and are arithmetic. The problem itself was entirely real though, and there is a genuine contemporary prediction about it, which is the better contrast anyway. An Italian newspaper ran a piece on the 2nd and 3rd of January 1896 on the coming of the motor carriage and correctly forecast that these machines would clear the streets of dung. A real dated prediction in a real newspaper that came true as against a fabricated one that never existed. And the public health worry was not imaginary. Flies breed in street manure, and flies carry typhoid, and American cities ran documented campaigns from around 1912 on precisely that basis. The feeding of all this was the largest single agricultural fact of the age, and almost nobody thinks about it. A working horse at moderate work ate, per the Standard American Handbook of 1909, about 13 pounds of grain and 11 pounds of hay a day. Mail coach horses covering 35 miles took 22 to 24 pounds of oats. The Paris omnibus horses were on 18.5 pounds of oats until somebody worked out they could substitute cheaper maize. And there is a note in that handbook about German cavalry horses on a forced march of 40 miles a day, kept on 11 pounds of oats and 5.5 of hay, that says simply, it was not enough and the horses lost weight. Now multiply. 26 million animals in one country, each eating the yield of cultivated land every day, year-round. In 1910, about 27% of all the cropland harvested in the United States was growing feed for horses and mules. More than a quarter of American farmland was producing fuel for the transport system rather than food for people. Not marginal grazing, harvested cropland, ploughed and sown and reaped, its entire output going into animals so that goods could move. That is what a horse-drawn economy actually costs, and it is the figure nobody puts on the postcard of the Victorian street. Every one of those 700 animals in the stable at 5 in the morning was standing on several acres of somebody's oats. The last thing to come out of this period is a horse who could not do arithmetic, and whose failure was more interesting than success would have been. In 1900, a retired mathematics teacher in Berlin named Wilhelm von Osten bought a Russian trotter and set about educating him. 4 years later, he began giving public demonstrations, and the horse, Hans, could apparently do sums. Ask him to add, and he would tap out the answer with a hoof. Ask him to read a number written on a card, and he would tap it. He worked with fractions. He appeared to spell. Von Osten charged nothing. He believed it entirely, and he wanted the world to see. In September 1904, a commission was assembled to investigate. 13 men of varying scientific competence, and one of the philosophers involved noted rather dryly that the group had not given itself that name, since nobody had appointed it. It reported within 9 days. It ruled out deliberate trickery correctly. It also concluded that unintentional signaling had been excluded, and there it was wrong. The man who solved it was a psychology student named Oskar Pfungst, and his method was better than the problem deserved. He put the horse and the questioner inside a large canvas tent to remove the audience. He eliminated the sensory channels one at a time. He fitted the horse with blinkers 15 centimeters square to test what happened when it could not see the person asking, and he used a stopwatch to establish the order of events, not whether the questioner moved, but whether the movement came before the horse's response. The results are stark. Asked to read numbers, Hans was right 98% of the time when the questioner knew the answer, in 42 trials. When the questioner did not know the answer, in 49 trials, he was right 8% of the time. On arithmetic, 29 correct out of 31 with a knowing questioner, 3 out of 31 without, which is chance. Counting without knowledge, 0. And with the blinkers on, across 102 trials, 6% when he could not see the questioner, 89% when he could. The mechanism was a movement of the head. When the questioner knew the answer, he leaned very slightly forward as the tapping began, and then made a small upward jerk of the head as the correct count was reached, and the horse stopped. Nobody was doing it on purpose. Nobody knew they were doing it. And here is the part that decides how you should feel about von Osten. Pfungst, having identified the cue and understood exactly what it was, could not stop himself producing it. He gave it involuntarily in his own experiments after publishing the explanation. So Hans was not doing sums. He was reading the posture of a human being at a resolution that human beings cannot detect in themselves, which is, if you think about it for a moment, a considerably harder thing, and a considerably more useful one for an animal that spent 40 million years needing to know what the thing next to it was about to do. The effect still carries his name. A search of the medical and scientific literature returns over 100 papers using the term, and the count is rising. 19 in 2024, 13 in 2025. It appears in the design of animal cognition studies, in work on detection dogs whose handlers unconsciously cue false alerts, and it has been argued in court. Von Osten died in 1909, never having accepted the explanation, still demonstrating. The horse was passed to a jeweler in Elberfeld, who acquired 11 more horses, 2 donkeys, a pony, and an elephant, and kept the research going for another 7 years. Outside in Berlin and London and New York, the streets were fuller of horses than they had ever been or would be again. 8 million horses died in the First World War. You will find that figure everywhere. It is on the websites of the charities that grew out of the war, in newspaper features, in the books, in the program notes of the stage adaptation, in essays written by veterinary historians. 8 million horses, mules and donkeys, dead of shellfire and gas, of freezing mud and exhaustion and disease. I went looking for where it came from. And I want to tell you what I found, because it turns out to be the most honest way into this chapter. There is no methodology attached to it, anywhere. not on the charity pages, not in the popular histories, not in the academic essays that repeat it. One university medical school's account of veterinary work in the war quotes the figure and then, in the same passage, concedes the problem. The numbers of animals used and lost are difficult to determine accurately for the Allies, and the German figures are suspect because the records were either not kept or cannot be relied on. The national pieces do not add up to it either. Britain's losses are usually given as around 484,000, which is itself repeated more often than it is sourced. France, over 1 million, uncited. Germany is described as declining from about 4.5 million horses to 3.2, but a fall in the national stock is not a count of deaths. It includes animals sold, requisitioned, eaten, and never replaced. Russia's figure of nearly 9 million comes from a comparison between census years spanning 1913 and 1922, which takes in a world war, a revolution, a civil war, and a famine. One historian, working specifically on British and French losses, put the total at about 1 million. So the honest position is that nobody knows. The document that would settle it exists, and I know exactly where it is. An 880-page official compilation published by the War Office in March 1922, Statistics of the Military Effort of the British Empire, which contains a section on remounts beginning at page 396 and an appendix on animal wastage, their term, beginning at page 879. A digitized copy exists. I could not get the tables out of it, which leaves us with a round number carrying an enormous amount of grief and no way to check it, and with the figures that are real, which turn out to be more than sufficient. In August 1914, the British Army owned 25,000 horses and mules. 12 days later, it had 165,000, and it had them by impressment. Officers with warrants went out into the counties and took them from farms, from carriers, from private stables, from hunting yards. There are accounts of families watching a pair walk down the lane with a soldier holding the halter and a receipt in the hand of whoever had owned them an hour earlier. By August 1915, 535,000. At the peak in 1917, about 870,000 animals, administered by a service whose staff had grown from 121 officers to 423, and from 230 men to over 20,000. Britain bought 468,000 horses at home and then ran out. So it bought abroad, and this is where the scale becomes properly strange. More than 400,000 horses and around 250,000 mules from North America shipped across the Atlantic. 703,000 animals left the Atlantic ports over the course of the war on voyages of 2 to 4 weeks. Around 13,700 of them never arrived. 6,600 were lost to enemy action, torpedoed transports, horses in the holds of sinking ships, and 7,000 to illness, fire, and storm. One depot in Hampshire had processed 342,000 animals by April 1919, of which 317,000 had come from the United States. The whole thing cost £67.5 million between 1914 and 1920, of which about 36 million went on buying the animals themselves. What they did was not what anyone expected. The cavalry charge, which was what the horses were supposed to be for, turned out to be almost impossible against machine guns and wire, and the mounted arm shrank into near irrelevance within months. What did not shrink was the hauling. An artillery piece needed a team of 6 to 12 horses depending on its weight and the state of the ground. And the state of the ground on the Western Front was the whole problem. Shelling destroyed the drainage of a landscape that had been drained for centuries, and the result was mud that motor vehicles simply could not cross. Not mud they crossed slowly, mud they sank into and stayed in. A lorry has a fixed number of driven wheels and no judgment. A team of horses has 24 legs, and each of those legs is placed by an animal that can feel what is underneath it. So through 4 years of the most mechanized war in history to that point, ammunition and guns and rations and timber and wounded men moved forward and back across that ground behind horses. Stand beside a gun team in Flanders in 1917, and the mud is the entire experience. It is not wet earth. It is a suspension, and it has the pull of something alive. It comes up over the fetlocks and past the knees, and every step is a separate act of extraction, the leg lifted against suction that makes a noise when it releases. The animals are plastered to the shoulder and beyond, and the mud has dried on them in layers and been replaced by wet mud on top of it. 6 horses on a gun, and they are all leaning into their collars at once, and the sound is breathing, enormous, labored, rhythmic breathing, one breath to the stride, because that is how a horse's body works, and there is no way to take an extra one. Chain going taut and slack. A driver at their heads with his hand on a bridle, shouting nothing in particular, and the gun coming up out of the ruts a foot at a time. The smell is mud and wet horse and cordite and, from somewhere not far off, the other smell that was always in that landscape. They did this for 4 years in the age of the aeroplane. The killing was mostly not the guns. Around 75% of horse deaths in British service were from disease or exhaustion. About 25% were battle casualties. Pneumonia contracted on the transports, shipping fever, and mud-borne infection and respiratory disease, and lameness and the slow attrition of animals worked past what their bodies could restore. And here is a comparison that complicates the story usefully. The annual loss rate for British horses was around 15% overall, about 17% in France. In the Crimean War, it had been 80% a year. In the Boer War, 120%, which means that this, appalling by any absolute measure, was the best any army had managed with horses in living memory, because veterinary medicine had finally become a science. The outlier was East Africa, where in 1916 alone the death rate reached 290% of initial stock, almost all of it from disease carried by the tsetse fly. Whole remount drafts consumed in months. Of the animals sent to France, 22.5% died there, and 5% of the total deaths occurred after the armistice. The individual episodes are worse than the percentages. An outbreak of glanders at one American shipping camp destroyed about 1,700 horses. In the American Expeditionary Force, cases of mange rose from just over 19,000 at the end of August 1918, when they were 27% of sick animals, to over 30,000 by the 1st of March 1919, when they were 62%. The treatment for mange was dipping, and dipping a horse took up to 12 hours of labor per animal. There is a detail from a book published in 1918 by a journalist attached to the veterinary services that has stayed with me more than any of it. Artillery horses were documented working up to 72 continuous hours in harness. Cavalry horses were kept saddled 3 days at a stretch against the risk of surprise, and soldiers recorded horses asleep on their feet, so deeply asleep that men could not rouse them, which is a horse locked upright in the arrangement of ligament and bone that lets it doze standing, resting on its own skeleton, doing exactly what 40 million years built it to do. And the sleep it actually needs, the deep kind, the kind with dreaming in it, can only be had lying flat on one side, because the total slackness that comes with it would drop a standing animal. Half an hour, in short scattered bouts, and it cannot be had any other way. 72 hours in harness is 72 hours without it. The Army Veterinary Corps grew in proportion to what was being asked of it. Officer numbers tripled. Other ranks increased 40-fold. By 1918, nearly half of all the veterinary surgeons in Britain were in uniform. A typical horse hospital could hold 2,000 animals at once. About 80% of the animals they treated went back to work. The absolute numbers in the records do not reconcile. One set gives 725,000 treated for wounds and injuries with 529,000 healed. Another gives 2.5 million treated with 2 million returned. A third gives 1.85 million, and no source I found explains the discrepancy. They are almost certainly counting different things. Wounds against all admissions, different date ranges, different theatres. The percentage holds across all of them. The Corps was given the prefix Royal after the armistice, in recognition. Then the war ended, and the question was what to do with them. The official practice was to sell them where they stood. Shipping several 100,000 animals home would have cost more than they were worth, and quarantine regulations made it worse, so surviving horses were sold on the continent to French and Belgian buyers for farm work and for meat. When that became widely known in Britain, it caused real public anger. These were horses that had been taken out of British fields by warrant in 1914, and the families that had lost them had spent 4 years assuming there was some prospect of return. Australia's arrangement was starker. Of roughly 136,000 Australian horses shipped overseas, exactly one came home, a horse called Sandy. Of the 13,000 still alive at the end, 2,000 were destroyed and 11,000 sold, mostly to India. New Zealand's surplus animals, where no buyer was found that the authorities trusted, were shot rather than left. British military slaughter figures exist, and they do not agree with each other. One account gives around 100,000, 57,000 before the armistice, 40,000 after. Another gives just under 40,000. They are measuring different things, and I cannot tell you which. 12 years later, a woman arrived in Cairo and found some of them. Dorothy Brooke came out in October 1930 with her husband, a major general commanding the British Cavalry Brigade in Egypt. She had heard something before she left, that the horses sold off locally after the war, Army horses, British Army horses, were still alive and still working in the city 12 years on, hauling carts in the heat at the end of very long lives. She went to look and she found them, and the first one she took in was an emaciated chestnut with an army brand still on it. She called him Old Bill. In April 1931, she wrote to a London newspaper. The response from the British public was substantial, and with the money she and a committee began buying the animals, and this is the part of the story that is usually softened, so I will not soften it. Over about 3 years they bought 5,000 ex-war horses. Most of them were too far gone to save. They were bought in order to be humanely destroyed. That is what the campaign was. Not a rescue, a fund raised to end things properly for 5,000 animals that had been left behind, one at a time, after a decade of work in a hot city. In 1934, she founded a hospital in Cairo, free at the point of use, for every working horse and donkey and mule in the city, regardless of whose it was. It exists today as an international charity, and it is the same institution. One horse from that war has a documented life, and his documentation is the reason to name him. Warrior was a thoroughbred who went to France in August 1914 with the Canadian Cavalry Brigade, and the man who owned him, Jack Seeley. He was buried under debris at Passchendaele. He was trapped twice under burning stable beams. He was on the Somme on the first day. In March 1918, he was in a cavalry charge at Amiens. He came home to the Isle of Wight, and in March 1922, he won a point-to-point race there. Alfred Munnings painted him with Seeley, and the picture is in the National Gallery of Canada. Seeley wrote a book about him in 1934. and on the 2nd of September 2014, for the centenary, he was awarded the Dickin Medal, the animal decoration for gallantry, medal number 66, posthumously and honorarily, the only recipient who predates the medal's creation in 1943. It was accepted on his behalf by his owner's grandson. He died in 1941, and the sources disagree about whether he was 32 or 33, which means they disagree about the year he was born, which is worth pausing on. This is the most celebrated individual horse of the First World War, with a painting in a national gallery and a book and a medal, and we do not know what year he was foaled. The last thing to say about horses and war is the thing that surprises people most, and it belongs here rather than later. The German army of the Second World War used 2 3/4 million horses and mules. It maintained an average of about 1.1 million at any given moment, and its peak strength, recorded in February 1945, was 1,198,724, a figure precise enough to have come from a real quartermaster's return. Roughly 75% of that army relied on horse transport. The armoured divisions everybody pictures were about a fifth of it. So the most mechanised military force of its generation, the one whose name is a byword for tanks, moved mostly behind animals and lost perhaps 750,000 of them, including something like 180,000 in the winter of 1941, going into 42 on the Eastern Front alone. In Flanders, the ground has been drained again, and it grows sugar beet. The teams that came up out of those ruts a foot at a time were bought in Kansas and Missouri and Ontario, shipped across an ocean, worked for as long as they lasted, and sold in the country where they finished. And the animals that were still standing in Cairo in 1930 were bought back 12 years on, so that somebody could put an end to it. There is a collar hanging on a nail in a barn in Iowa, and it has not been taken down for 2 years. The leather has gone hard the way leather does when it stops being oiled, stiff enough that the two halves no longer sit against one another properly, and pale where the sweat salts have come to the surface. There is a wasp's nest in the hollow of it. Below it on the same wall are the hames and a set of trace chains, orange with rust at the links, and a bridle with the bit still buckled in, and the bit has a dull grey bloom on it. Nobody put any of this away wrong. It was hung up correctly at the end of a working day by a man who intended to use it the following morning, and then something happened to the following mornings. Out in the yard there is a tractor. The numbers are the whole story here, and I am going to give them to you plainly, because there is no scene anywhere in this that carries what a column of figures carries. Horses and mules on American farms, decade by decade. 1910, about 24 million. 1918, 26.7 million. The peak, the largest number of working horses that has ever existed in one country. 1920, about 25.2. 1930, about 18.9 million. 1940, about 13.9. 1950, about 7.6. 1960, about 3.1. That is a decline of roughly 88% in 42 years. 23.5 million animals that existed and then did not. And the other series runs the other way. 500 tractors on American farms in 1910. About 5,000 by 1920, which was 3.5% of farms. 13.5% of farms by the end of the 20s. Something like 40% through the Depression years, which is not what most people expect. The machines came in fastest when money was hardest, because a tractor does not eat when it is not working. Nearly 1 million tractors by 1935, and by 1959, about 5.1 million tractors on 2.7 million farms, which is nearly 2 apiece. The exchange rate between the two was roughly 1 tractor for 5 horses. There is a figure that circulates for when the crossover happened in America, when tractor power first exceeded horsepower on the farms, and it is usually given as 1945. It appears in a single source I could trace, and I could not corroborate it. It is entirely plausible. Wartime labor shortages, manufacturers turning out machines as a national priority, and then rationing ending. But it is one source, and I will not hand it to you as settled. Here is the consequence nobody mentions, and it is the largest change in American land use of the 20th century. In 1915, about 93 million acres of harvested cropland, that same 27%, was growing oats and hay for horses and mules. By 1960, it was about 4 million acres. 89 million acres came out of animal feed and went into food for people, or into cotton, or into soybeans, or out of production altogether. The tractor did not simply replace an animal with a machine. It liberated a quarter of the farmland of the United States from the job of fueling its own transport system. That is what mechanization actually was, underneath the noise, a conversion of grazing and oat fields into everything else. Britain went slower, and the reason it went slower is more interesting than the fact. In 1942, horses on British farms still outnumbered tractors by something like 30 to 1. That figure comes from a source I would not lean on hard, but the shape of it is right. British farming was still, in the middle of the Second World War, overwhelmingly animal-powered. By 1959, the agricultural horse population had fallen to about 1/10 of its 1921 peak, while the tractor population had risen 20-fold. I could not pin down the year the two lines crossed. The figures would be in the annual June agricultural census, in the ministry returns, which exist in the National Archives and which I could not open. Somewhere in the mid to late 50s is as close as I can honestly get, but a doctoral thesis completed a few years ago at King's College London went at this properly, and its central argument is worth more than the missing date. It challenges the word revolution directly. The transition was slow and protracted, and this is the part that matters. The superiority of the tractor was not self-evident to farmers at the time. It looks obvious now because we know how it ended. In 1935, standing in your own yard, looking at a machine that cost a great deal of money, needed fuel you had to buy in, broke in ways you could not fix and could not be bred from, against a pair of horses that had been on the place for years and produced their own replacements, the calculation was genuinely arguable. Professional agricultural historians now treat the swift horse-to-tractor revolution as a story we tell rather than an event that happened. It took 40 years, and it was decided one farm at a time. The public horse went earlier, and it went with dates you can put on a calendar. The last horse-drawn omnibus of the London General Omnibus Company ran on the 25th of October 1911. From 17,000 animals to none, in a company that had been the largest single owner of horses in the largest city in the world in the space of about 6 years. The last London horse tram ran in 1915. The electrification had begun in 1901, and in New York, the last horse-drawn streetcar, a single surviving line, the Bleecker Street and Fulton Ferry, made its final run on the 26th of July, 1917, which is to say that the animal disappeared from the streets of the great cities before the First World War in London's case, and during it in New York's. The peak I described earlier and the disappearance overlap. The two things were happening in the same decade in different places, to different classes of horse. Delivery lasted longer, and here the record simply gives out, and the absence of the record is itself the point. There is no register, Nobody was counting horse-drawn milk rounds or bread rounds or coal deliveries the way the National Coal Board counted pit ponies. So the phrase, "the last horse-drawn milkman in Britain," cannot be verified for anybody, because what it really means is the last one somebody happened to write a newspaper paragraph about. Here is one who got a paragraph. A man in Burton-upon-Trent delivered milk by horse and cart for 30 years and retired on Saturday the 9th of September 1967, which was his 65th birthday. The local paper reported that he was probably the last in the country to do it that way. Probably. One local newspaper's guess about a national fact, which is what all such claims turn out to be when you follow them. The brewery horses lasted longest, and they are the least representative, because by then they were not really working. Whitbread's dray horses left their London stables for a hop farm in Kent in 1991. Young's still had 12 when the Wandsworth Brewery closed in 2006. Real animals, real dates, and by the 1960s, this was advertising rather than haulage. A brand demonstrating its own antiquity by putting a pair of shires and a polished dray through the streets on a Saturday. And there is a question underneath all of this that I have been circling for a while, which is where 23 million American horses went. They were surplus, not gradually redundant, surplus in an economy that had no work for them and no reason to feed them through a winter. The answer, mostly, is that they were eaten by dogs. From the 1920s through the 50s and into the 60s, horse meat was canned in the United States as pet food, and the industry was large enough that by the 1930s over 50,000 horses a year were being bred and slaughtered specifically to supply it, bred for it, not just surplus workers, a purpose-grown crop. From the 1960s until American operations ceased in 2007, the meat went for export. For Britain, I could not find the equivalent series, and I want to be clear that this is a genuine whole rather than a rounding problem. There is no year-by-year account of what happened to the surplus horses of British mechanisation that I could locate. The figures may exist in trade association records or ministry archives that are not online. What is documented is the live export trade, and it is documented because somebody fought it. Ada Cole saw British working horses driven 4 miles through Belgian streets to a slaughterhouse, exhausted animals whipped along at the end of working lives spent in England. In 1927, she founded the organisation that became World Horse Welfare, and her campaigning produced the Exportation of Horses Act of 1937. Which imposed minimum values on exported horses and effectively ended the trade in sending worn-out British animals abroad to be killed. There is one place the animals stayed, and it is underground. In 1913, the year British coal output peaked, there were about 70,000 ponies working in British mines. That figure is repeated everywhere, and I could not trace it to a primary inspectorate return, so treat it as the consensus rather than a count. They were chosen for size, Welsh and Shetland ponies for the low tunnels, Cleveland bays where the roadways were high enough for something bigger, and they hauled tubs of coal along underground railways, around 30 tons of coal per shift per pony. Not 30 pounds, which I saw in one summary, and which is the sort of slip that turns a working animal into an ornament. The first national legislation protecting them was the Coal Mines Regulation Act of 1887, not the better-known Act of 1911. The 1911 Act tightened it. No pony to go underground before the age of 4, each to be examined by a veterinary surgeon and properly shod, with regular inspections, better feeding and clean stabling required. They worked 8-hour shifts. In deep shaft mines they were stabled underground and brought to the surface only for the colliery's annual holiday. Some spent 10 years below without seeing daylight, except for 1 week a summer. By 1984, there were about 55 left in the whole country, and the end of it has 2 dates, and both are correct, and they are not in conflict. In 1994, Ellington Colliery in Northumberland, the last major deep mine to keep ponies stabled underground full-time, brought its animals out, 4 of them. 2 went to the National Coal Mining Museum at Wakefield, and 2 to an animal shelter in Newcastle. One of those 4, a pony called Tony, lived until 2011 and died at the age of 40. Then in May 1999, at a small privately worked drift mine near Pontypool in South Wales, a mine you walk into rather than descend outside the nationalised system entirely, 2 horses called Robbie and Gremlin were retired. Robbie is described in the sources as probably the last colliery horse to work underground in a British coal mine. So 1994 is the end of the pit pony as an institution of the industrial coalfield, and May 1999 is the last animal to walk down a British mine and come back up, within living memory, within the lifetime of anyone listening to this who was an adult in the 1990s. Which brings me to the thing I actually want to talk about, and it is not an event, it is a silence. The end of the working horse was one of the largest changes in ordinary human life in the modern era. Not a change in politics or fashion or technology in the abstract, a change in what the street sounded like, what the air smelled like, what a child saw on the way to school, what a farm was, what work was. For 4,000 years, in every settled society, the animal had been there, and then across about 30 years, it was not. So I went looking for the elegies, for the commissions of inquiry, the newspaper retrospectives, the poetry, the public argument, the sense of anybody at the time noticing that something enormous was concluding. There is remarkably little. What there is late, and it is strange in form. A Suffolk schoolteacher named George Ewart Evans began in the 1940s to sit with elderly farm workers and write down what they told him, and he published Ask the Fellows Who Cut the Hay in 1956 and The Horse in the Furrow in 1960. They are wonderful books, and they are the best record that exists, but look at what they are. They are oral history and folklore collection, gathered to preserve craft knowledge and dialect words that were going out of use, not lament, not journalism, salvage, and by 1956, the thing was already mostly over. There is one newspaper item I know exists and could not read. The Spectator, the 1st of February 1952, an article titled The Vanishing Farm Horse. I have the title, the date and the publication confirmed from the magazine's own archive index, and every attempt I made to retrieve the text was blocked. Somebody in 1952 sat down and wrote about this. I would very much like to know what they said. There is a poem from 1954 sometimes cited as an elegy for the working horse, and when you look into it, it was commissioned for the Horse of the Year show, an equestrian sporting event, and it is a general ode to the nobility of the animal, aimed at people who rode for pleasure. Contemporaneous and nostalgic by implication, but not about the horse that was actually disappearing. Now, I want to be careful, because absence of evidence in my search is not absence in the world. I could not search 4 decades of Punch, of Country Life, of Farmers Weekly, of The Times. There may be a body of material I never reached. If there is, I would rather be corrected than be confidently wrong. But here is what I can say. A historian's entire doctoral thesis was organized around reconstructing this transition, and the reason it needed reconstructing is that the contemporary sources are this thin. When professional historians have to rebuild a change of this magnitude from scattered fragments, that tells you something about how it was experienced at the time. And I think the explanation is the least dramatic one available. Nobody wrote it down because it did not happen on a day. It happened one farm at a time, one dairy round at a time, one company deciding not to replace an animal that had died across 30 years, and at no point was there a moment that anybody could have identified as the end of something. The man who hung that collar on the nail in Iowa did not know it was the last time. He was going to use it in the morning, and then he bought the tractor, and the collar stayed on the nail, and eventually the wasps moved in. That is how something ends after 4,000 years. Not with a ceremony, with a piece of tack going hard on a wall in a building somebody now uses to store something else. Somewhere tonight there is a horse standing in a field, asleep on its feet. The stifle joint is locked, a ligament hooked over a ridge of bone on the thigh, the way it has been arranged for something like 10 million years, so that the whole hind limb has become a rigid column carrying weight on ligament and bone and nothing that tires. One hip is dropped, the lower lip has gone slack, its head is lower than it would be if it were awake, and the ears have stopped moving. Every so often it shifts from one hind leg to the other, and there is a small sound of a hoof turning over in wet grass, and then nothing again. It cannot stay like this. Sometime before it gets light, it will have to fold its legs and lie down flat on one side for perhaps 40 minutes altogether across the whole night in a few short bouts, because that is the only position in which the deep kind of sleep is possible, the kind with dreaming in it when the muscles go entirely slack and would drop a standing animal where it stood. That has always been true. It was true on the plain between Alaska and Siberia, and it was true in a stall on Columbus's second voyage, and it was true in 72 hours of harness in Flanders. It is one of the few things in this entire story that never changed and was never negotiable. Where the relationship stands now is not one answer. It is two, and they are almost opposites, and the honest thing is to give you both. The first answer is the one this story has been building towards. In the wealthy world, the working horse is gone, not reduced, gone as an economic category. The American horse population is around 6.65 million, which is a quarter of what it was in 1918, and the economic survey that produced that figure breaks it down by what the animals are actually for. Competition, $37.3 billion. Recreation, $36.7 billion. Racing, $36.4 billion. Traditional working horses, $6.4 billion. The smallest category on the list, and about 3.5% of the total. Which means the horse in the rich world has become almost entirely a leisure animal, a sporting animal, a therapeutic animal, an animal kept for the sake of being kept. The thing in the field with no cart behind it, which is where all this started. And the second answer is the one that complicates the whole arc, and I am not going to smooth it over. The Brook, the charity that grew out of Dorothy Brooks Hospital in Cairo, states that there are over 100 million working horses, donkeys and mules in the world today, and that around 600 million people depend on them. I have to flag that figure. No date is attached to it, no methodology is published, and it appears word for word across a great many welfare organizations, which is the pattern of a number that has come loose from its origin. Treat it as the industry's ballpark rather than a measurement, but the direction of it is not in doubt. 96% of the world's donkeys are in poorer countries. They carry water and grain to the mill and goods to market, and they plough, and they thresh, and they raise water from wells. The literature describes the donkey without any sentiment as the cheapest source of agricultural power after human labor. The horse did not vanish from the world. It vanished from the daily life of the countries that could afford to replace it. In Mongolia, there are still around 4.8 million horses. In Kazakhstan, 3.9 million. In China, 3.7. The global total is probably somewhere approaching 60 million, though I could not get the International Agricultural Database to give me a current figure, and I am not going to state one I could not verify. And in that other world, there is a crisis running right now that has nothing to do with any of the history in this story. There is a traditional Chinese medicine made from gelatin extracted from donkey hides, and the price of it reached $388 a kilogram in October 2017. China's own donkey population fell from 11 million in 2006 to 3 million by 2017. So the sourcing moved to Africa, where an estimated 1.8 million skins a year were being traded, and the potential demand was put as high as 10 million. By 2019, 7 African nations had banned the export of donkey products: Uganda, Tanzania, Botswana, Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, Senegal. A warning was issued that year that the global donkey population could halve within 5 years. That was a forecast rather than an outcome, and whether it came true, I could not establish. There are things we still take out of horses and almost nobody knows about them. If you are bitten by a venomous snake in most of the world, the treatment you receive was made in a horse. The process is unchanged in principle since the 1890s. Give the animal progressively increasing doses of venom until its immune system produces antibodies, then harvest those antibodies from its blood. Modern practice uses plasma collection rather than bleeding, which allows the same animal to donate repeatedly over years. Tetanus and diphtheria antitoxins were made the same way. Institutions in Brazil have been doing it since 1901, in Australia since the 1920s, in the United States since 1927. Laboratory-made alternatives are being actively developed and, as of the beginning of this year, have not displaced it. Horses remain the global standard. And there is a hormone replacement drug, first marketed in 1941, whose active ingredients are extracted from the urine of pregnant mares. It is still made. There are 11 or 12 family-owned farms producing it, all of them in Canada, 9 in Manitoba, 3 in Saskatchewan, with the collected material processed at a single plant in Brandon. The scale has collapsed. From around 62 farms and 5,500 mares in 2009 to about 1,300 mares now, after a major clinical study in 2002 changed how these hormones are prescribed. But it is still one of the more commonly dispensed medications in America, with over 1 million prescriptions a year. So somewhere in a hospital tonight, there is a vial on a shelf that came out of a horse in a building where nobody working the night shift has any idea. The animal that carries the strangest end to this story is the one that was never supposed to be part of it. There is a small, stocky, dun-colored wild horse from the steppes of Mongolia and northern China, heavy-headed, upright-maned, about the size of the animals at Solutré, that has been called for a century the last wild horse on Earth. It went extinct in the wild. The last confirmed sighting of a free-living one was in 1969. Everything alive now descends from a small number of animals captured around the turn of the 20th century and bred in European zoos. How small a number is genuinely difficult to state, and the variation is instructive. The figure usually given is 12 wild-caught founders, possibly with as many as 4 domestic horses in the mix. Other sources say 13. By the mid-1930s, only 11 of the original captives had surviving descendants, and after the losses of the Second World War, the population was rebuilt from 9. So, around a dozen animals. Every one of the roughly 2,000 alive today is descended from that dozen. And I should say that even the 2,000 is uncertain, because different reputable sources use it for different things, some meaning zoo animals only, and some meaning everything. The last consolidated count of free-ranging individuals I could find was fewer than 400, and it was made in 2011, which is 15 years ago. They are going back though, and that is the good news in this chapter. reintroductions in Mongolia from 1992, in China from 2001, Russia in 2016, 10 animals released into the Iberian highlands of Spain in May 2023, 7 taken from European zoos to Kazakhstan in June 2024, the first ever in that country, a species being put back into places it had been absent from for 100 years. Some were released into the Chernobyl exclusion zone in 1998, about 30 animals, and the population is reported to have declined after 2005 through poaching. On what happened to them after February 2022, I found nothing at all. The exclusion zone's documented record covers the military occupation, the disturbance of radioactive dust, 10,000 hectares of wildfire, the destruction of laboratories, and does not mention the horses. That is a silence I could not fill. 2 of them are clones. A colt born on the 6th of August 2020, from a cell line frozen since 1980, and his genetic twin from the same line born on the 17th of February 2023, the first endangered species to have more than one successful clone. The purpose is not novelty. Those cells were banked 40 years before they were used from an animal whose particular genetic contribution had otherwise been lost from the living population. So the point is to put diversity back that the bottleneck took out. And here is where it gets genuinely uncertain and where this whole story doubles back on itself. Remember that village in northern Kazakhstan, the people who lived on horses for 1,000 years and whose line went nowhere? When their horses were sequenced, the animals they turned out to be ancestral to were these, the last wild horse, which raises a possibility that is either beautiful or deflating depending on the hour. If those people had domesticated their horses, then the last wild horse is not wild at all. It is feral, the descendant of the world's first horse-keeping experiment, escaped back onto the steppe, running loose for 5,000 years, and being mistaken ever since for something that was never touched. Except that the researchers who re-examined the evidence dispute that those animals were ever domesticated. If that village was intensive hunting rather than herding, and the toothwear evidence they re-examined does not settle it, and the milk proteins are missing from the human remains, then these horses are simply continuity from the same wild population, and there is no irony to enjoy. They would be exactly what everyone always said. Nobody can currently tell you which. The field is split, and it is split between serious people, and it has been split for 5 years. I would rather leave you with that than with the tidier version. Set the whole thing out, and what stands out is not the length of it, but where the weight sits. The animal evolved on one continent and vanished from it. It was domesticated on the far side of the world by people we could not identify until 8 years ago, from a lineage nobody had suspected, in a river valley in southern Russia around 2,200 years before Christ. Its numbers were controlled and its body reshaped by deliberate breeding within a few generations of that. It set the maximum speed of human information for something like 23 centuries, and therefore the maximum size of a state, and therefore the shape of every empire on the Eurasian landmass. It came back to the continent it came from as cargo, in a hold, and the people already living there built entire societies around it inside a century. Faster than the Europeans writing the histories could believe, so they wrote it down wrong, and it stayed wrong for 400 years. And its greatest moment was not any of that. Its greatest moment was 1918, in the age of the tank, when there were more of them alive and working than at any point in the previous 4,000 years. Then it left, in 30 years. And the best surviving account of that is a schoolteacher in Suffolk sitting with old men and writing down the words they used for parts of a harness that no longer existed. The bit that stays with me is the asymmetry of the record. We know the exact weight of one famous racehorse's heart because a man wrote it down the day after it died. We know the precise number of horses in one London bus company's stables in 1905 because the company kept a ledger. We know a lakeshore in Lower Saxony held the remains of at least 54 horses 200,000 years ago, and that the people hunting them could tell a family band from a group of young males at a distance. And we do not know what year the most celebrated war horse of the 20th century was born. Here is what I keep coming back to. Every single thing in this story was done by an animal that runs on one toe, a middle finger thickened and hardened and standing on its nail, with the two fingers either side of it reduced to splinters of bone fused along the leg, a reduction that took about 40 million years to complete, and that nothing about it was aiming at. An animal whose breathing is bolted to its stride, one breath per footfall at the gallop, which cannot take an extra breath when it needs one and cannot open its mouth to help, and which was asked for 4,000 years to go faster anyway. An animal that eats grass less efficiently than a cow and made up the difference by needing grain, which meant that for most of recorded history, a quarter or more of the best farmland in any horse-using society was growing fuel rather than food, and everybody accepted that because there was no alternative. An animal that has to lie down to dream, and spent most of those 4,000 years being asked not to. And on almost every engine built since, there is a number printed on the casing that counts them. None of it was explained to a single one of them. Not the empires, not the ledgers, not the 23 centuries of being the fastest thing on land, not the moment in 1918 when there were more of them than there had ever been or would be again. They were caught and fed and worked and bred and buried beside kings and shipped across oceans in the dark and hung with gold foil that robbers came back for, and they went on doing the only things they have ever done, which is eat and walk and stand together and startle at nothing and sleep in short pieces with one of them always awake. That field is still out there. The grass in it is a species that was already old when the first of these animals put its head down into it. The arrangement of ligament and bone holding the horse upright tonight is older than any human language. The relationship is over, the carts and the collars and the 700 animals harnessed in the dark before 6, the ledgers, the remount depots, the pit ponies coming up for their 1 week of summer. And that ended inside a single human lifetime quietly while everybody was looking at the engines. But the animal is not over. It is in that field. Before morning it will fold down onto its side in the wet grass, and for a little while its legs will move and nobody will see it. Sleep well.